Chapter 4210. The Azure Dragon Seal. Carrying the imprint, he blasted forward. The world in front of him collapsed in an instant. The myriad beast fist was instantly destroyed. Bang! 9 heads Cheelin's arms hung down and his body cracked. He was sent flying while vomiting blood. Boom! After crashing through a dozen mountain ranges, he finally stopped. Dust filled the air and the laws danced in the air. The spectators were stunned. They widened their eyes in disbelief. What did they just see? 9 heads Cheelin was defeated with just one palm. Heavens, how is this possible? Who is this person? How is he so strong? That's 9 heads Cheelin. Now that his strength had increased greatly and he was famous in the world, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Fan. Is this your strength? You're so weak that it's pitiful. You're not even qualified for me to warm up. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. No. In the ruins in the distance, 9 heads Cheelin stood up after breaking through the mountains. His body was stained with blood. His handsome face had become extremely ferocious. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Who are you? He roared crazily. He couldn't believe that a nameless person was so strong. He was so powerful. Lin Xian said, "You don't have the right to know my name. How are you going to beg for mercy now? Are you going to appease my anger? Damn it. I won't beg for mercy. I was careless just now." 9 heads Cheelin roared again. The illusion of a Cheelin and a 9-headed sky snake appeared on his body. He held the sky snake sword and the Cheelin saber with both hands. The murderous intent on his body was incomparable. He brandished the saber and the sword, and the terrifying saber light and sword shadow slashed forward. The void shattered again. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people retreated frantically. This attack could even destroy the soul of a peak minor saint. Lin Xian sneered. He struck out the Azure Dragon Seal again. A loud dragon roar sounded. The illusion of an azure dragon appeared and danced in the air with his palm. It tore the saber light and sword shadow apart. Bang! 9 heads Cheelin was sent flying again. In the next moment, he was stepped on by someone. Lin Xian looked down at him. "Do you really think you're qualified to compete with me?" He felt like he was going crazy. He never thought that he would be trampled under someone's feet. Damn it, only Lin Xian had given him such a feeling back then. However, Lin Xian was already dead. He had no enemies left. Why was he defeated by a nameless person? Damn brat, take your foot off and let go of our 9th young master. The greater demons of the myriad demon city roared madly. Damn it, let go of me. 9-headed Cheelin snorted coldly. He was extremely unhappy. He would definitely investigate this matter when he returned. Who was this person? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Let you go? You really are naive. Do you really think that you can fight whenever you want and leave whenever you want? This is not the 1,000 Demon City. It is not your territory. No one has to listen to your orders. At this point, Lin Xian stomped his foot and blasted the 9-headed Cheelin's body into pieces. The ground was also split into 2. Demon blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned. What did he do? Did he attack directly? Heavens, is he going to become enemies with the 1,000 Demon City? Is he going to fight to the death? Ah! The 9-headed Cheelin's soul let out a tragic cry. The Cheelin and 9-headed sky, Snake's phantom, roared madly. However, such a threat had no effect on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The killing intent in his eyes pierced through everything. He grabbed the 9-headed Cheelin's soul with one hand. I've said it before. If you attack me, you will have to suffer my wrath. Lin Xian waved his hand and destroyed the Cheelin soul. No, the people of the 1,000 Demon City went crazy. The 9-headed Cheelin was killed on the spot. It was too unbelievable. Damn it, they sent out a signal for help. He had to let them know that the experts of the 1,000 Demon City were here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fight back. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He naturally wouldn't go easy on them. Firstly, the nine-headed Qilin didn't know what was good for him. Secondly, it was time for revenge. When they came out of the Gourd world, they were hunted down by the 3 Sage Kings. One of them was the flying Sage King of the 1,000 Demon City. Therefore, Lin Xian wouldn't go easy on the 1,000 Demon City. I know you're not completely dead. You should still have a few lives left. But that's about it. You'd better pray that you don't meet me again. Otherwise, I'll take your other lives. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his robe, he turned around and left. The surrounding people were all stunned. They quickly opened up a path. They didn't dare to fight back. Lin Xian and Guan Songhai left. The people of the 1,000 Demon City rushed forward crazily. Ninth Young Master and the others surrounded them. The 9-headed Qilin's bloodline exploded. His broken body healed again. Even his destroyed soul reappeared. Then he was reborn. He roared at the sky as if he had gone crazy. Damn it! Although he had 9 lives, he had already lost many of them before. He was only left with 4. Now that another one had been destroyed, he was only left with 3 lives. The Sage Dao debate. It was so dangerous. Having more lives than others was his greatest trump card. But now, his trump card was disappearing quickly. When he was left with only 1 life, he would no longer have any advantage. At this moment, the terrifying aura of a sage sovereign descended from the sky. The 3 sage sovereigns appeared. They swept through the surroundings. Who dares to attack the people of the 1,000 Demon City? The surrounding people trembled in fear. Of course, most of them had cold expressions. They were all disciples of the Sage City. They had status and weren't afraid of the 1,000 Demon City. The 3 sage sovereigns of the 1,000 Demon City didn't make things difficult for the others. Instead, they searched for the person who had attacked. But they didn't find anything. Damn it, he better not let me see him. Otherwise, I'll destroy his soul. The people of the 1,000 Demon City were so angry that they vomited blood. But they could only leave. It would be more embarrassing if they stayed. The news spread quickly. A nameless expert had killed the 9-headed Qilin in one move. It was shocking. What was more shocking was that Guan Songhai was familiar with the other party. It seemed that it was another top expert. As expected of the Sage Dao debate, some of the hidden experts in the past would appear now. Everyone was looking forward to what would happen next. On the other side, Lin Xian and Guan Songhai had also left. Yu Shirjie was also with them. Lin Xian looked at Yu Shirjie and asked about Qin Xianer. Yu Shirjie wouldn't lie, but she still shook her head and said that she didn't know. Senior sister Qin hasn't returned for a long time. We don't know where she is. Lin Xian frowned. She hasn't returned? Then she should still be in the Green Hill world. Thinking about it, with the fortune she had obtained, she shouldn't be in too much danger. He wondered if she had become a sage sovereign. In the next few days, more and more experts descended. Every aura was incomparably powerful. The heavenly wind world became lively again. Chapter 42:11. Lightning danced in the sky, as if the god of thunder had descended, piercing through heaven and earth. Everyone knew that the people from Thunder God City had arrived. On the other side, Sword Chi swept across, as if it had turned into a world, descending from the sky. Countless sword saints carried long swords on their backs, their expressions cold. Their arrival terrified countless people. The myriad sword pavilion had arrived. The people from Ghost Hell Land had arrived, and so had the New Moon clan. The arrival of Bai Luo and Gao Yu caused countless people to exclaim. The 2 of them had already reached the small saint realm, and it seemed like their future achievements were limitless. The 2 of them, one was like a witch, while the other was like a fairy. The 2 of them fought together, and they were the center of attention. Who would have thought that there would be such fairies among the humans? At this moment, a laugh was heard, followed by a sword light. The surrounding people thought that the people from Myriad Sword Pavilion had arrived and were shocked. However, They soon realized that it was not the case. The person who arrived had a horn on his head, and the scales on his body were shining. There were 5 purple sword shadows behind his back, and they were made of scales. What was this? The other party's aura was so strong. This was the people from the Dragon Clan. Exclamations could be heard. They did not expect that the Dragon Clan would also come, and a powerful Dragon Clan genius had arrived. The person who came was really Jianxing. When he saw Gao Yu and Bai Luo, the corners of his mouth rose. I wonder if the 2 fairies could give me face and have a meal together. Damn, the surrounding people's eyes were all red. You actually dared to invite the 2 of them together. Guan Songhai also shook his head. This sword dragon clan's people were really arrogant. They simply did not leave any hope for the humans. Lin Xian chuckled. Could it be that brother Songhai was interested as well? You can actually go up and invite them. Guan Songhai shook his head. Forget it. Gao Yu and Bai Luo frowned. Gao Yu said, another day. I'm a little tired today, and I don't want to rest. Unfortunately, I happen to have time today. Why don't we do it now? Jianxing did not back down. After all, he was an expert of the Dragon Clan, and he had confidence and pride. Why would he change because of the other party's words? Don't go too far. Ghost Hell Land and New Moon Clan's people. Many people walked up. Jianxing laughed out loud. So what if I went overboard? At this point, the 5 sword shadows behind him released an unparalleled aura, causing those people to be terrified. In the Ghost Hell region, the New Moon Clan's people were pushed back by the sword chi, their faces pale. So terrifying. Is this the power of a top-notch prodigy of Dragon Ball? Perhaps only a handful of people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion could compete with him in terms of swordsmanship. Jianxing said with a smile, Fairies, please. Bai Luo's face was pale, and Gao Yu was also frowning. It seemed that a great battle was unavoidable. The 2 of them looked at each other and made up their minds. The laws on their bodies also spread out. When Jianxing saw this scene, he laughed. Oh, the 2 fairies want to spar with me. All right, if I win, don't reject me. At this point, the aura on his body exploded once again. It was obvious that he had not used his full strength before. Seeing that a battle was about to break out, the crowd shook their heads. Even though Bai Luo and Gao Yu were both blessed by the heavens and possessed great strength and talent, they didn't dare to offend the heavens. However, he was still too young after all. It was impossible for him to contend against an expert like Jianxing. Even if the 2 of them worked together, they would still be defeated. There was no other way. Gao Yu and the others were dazzling before. However, this was a battle to win the heavens. Regardless of age, all the experts would come. Hence, the 2 of them were not the strongest here. Now that they were being suppressed by Jianxing, their hearts sank. At this time, Lin Xian spoke again. He said coldly, All right, don't mess around here. Leave quickly. When these words came out, the crowd was stunned. Who would dare to meddle in other people's business at this time? They all forgot about it. Jianxing frowned. Meddling in his business? Did they have a death wish? He snorted coldly, and the sword intent on his body exploded. I want to see who it is. Before he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xian. In the next moment, he was stunned and revealed an expression that was uglier than crying. Why are you here? He asked cautiously. Get out of here. Lin Xian frowned again. Without another word, Jianxing turned into a ray of light and left. Everyone was stunned. Oh my God, what's going on? He was a sword Dao expert from Dragon Ball. His strength was unparalleled. No one present could suppress him. But now he ran away because of a person's words. Who was this person? They all turned their heads to look. Some people were puzzled. He was so unfamiliar. They didn't know him at all. However, there were also a few people who exclaimed. It was him. They had seen the battle before. Naturally, they recognized Lin Xian from the battle with Hydrogen. However, they didn't expect him to be so strong that he could scare away the people from the Dragon Clan. Now, they were very curious about the identity of this person. Were they saved? Bai Luo and Gao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them looked ahead and were equally puzzled. Who was this person? Why did he save them? Could it be that he had other ideas? The two of them were very nervous. Lin Xian's gaze was calm. He nodded slightly at the two of them, then retracted his gaze. Bai Luo and Gao Yu were stunned. The other party's performance made them feel disappointed. Could it be that they were not worthy of his attention? Guan Songhai was also surprised. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Could it be that you are related to the Dragon Clan? He was indeed surprised. He had heard of Swordstar. The Dragon Clan was definitely arrogant and unruly. Moreover, they were very strong. Even he couldn't scare the other party away with a single sentence. However, Lin Xian did it. This made him feel extremely surprised. Lin Xian said, I've seen that guy before. He was probably scared by my previous attack. All right, let's go. He hasn't become a sacred venerate yet. He's not worthy of our attention. Guan Songhai nodded because he had also broken through to become a sacred venerate. Therefore, his opponents could only be people of the same level. They didn't care about the other geniuses. In the next few days, it became more and more lively. More experts arrived. However, on this day, a shocking piece of news spread. It turned out that a great battle had broken out. Moreover, it was the Great Desolate Mansion. It was said that the Great Desolate Mansion had lost a few geniuses. At this moment, they were furious. Who could be so powerful? Everyone was shocked. It was too unbelievable. Could it be one of the legendary peerless experts? No, it was a woman. She was the previous Holy Maiden of the Spirit Clan. When he heard the news, Lin Xian was also stunned. Could it be that they were going to find Qiu? He had forgotten that when he spread the news, the Crimson Dragon and Murong Qingqing might know that he was still alive. However, Shen Jingqiu didn't know. He guessed that she was helping him take revenge. Therefore, he hurried over. In front of a huge waterfall, 6 figures surrounded a woman. Countless spectators were discussing the battle in the surroundings. Terrifying laws and spatial cracks were spreading between the heavens and the earth. Chapter 42:12. The 6 people from the Great Desolation Mansion executed the desolation summoning technique and summoned 4 figures each. The 24 figures and the 6 saints from the Great Desolate Mansion formed an inescapable net. At this moment, many people started to worry. Shen Jingqiu must be here to avenge Lin Xian. However, it was a pity that she couldn't fight against the Great Desolate Mansion alone. Someone sighed. Yes, it was a pity that such a fairy had fallen. However, what could they do about it? Facing the might of the Great Desolate Mansion, no one dared to make a move at this moment. Shen Jingqiu, how dare you fight against the Great Desolate Mansion? That brat is already dead. Why don't you submit to the Great Desolate Mansion? The 6 of them revealed sinister smiles. Along with a cold shout, the 24 figures behind them moved quickly. A terrifying desolate aura filled the 9 heavens. Humph! Shen Jingqiu's expression was cold as a terrifying aura emerged from her body. Terrifying laws flew out along with her palm. The laws condensed into a sword light that shot towards the 24 figures. The void began to crack as the sword light passed by. It's useless. You're no match for us. The 6 of them were extremely confident. The battle broke out in an instant. Soon, the desolate aura completely enveloped Shen Jingqiu. She should be suppressed. Everyone shook their heads and sighed when they saw this. Lin Xian arrived at this moment. When he saw this, a cold, killing intent surfaced in his eyes. However, he didn't make a move because he sensed with his lightning god eyes that there was a terrifying law protecting Shen Jingqiu. She wasn't injured. What kind of changes did Qiu go through? Lin Xian was shocked. Ever since he returned from the heavenly fate planet, he realized that he couldn't see through Shen Jingqiu. Now he was even more puzzled. The power in her body had shocked him. Everything was over. The 6 silhouettes walked forward. However, 9 rays of light slashed down from the sky at this moment. Accompanying them was the phantom of a phoenix. The phoenix's cry resounded through the 9 heavens. Immediately, the 6 figures were pushed back. 3 of them vomited blood and their bodies shattered. Damn it! Who dares to meddle in our business? They were truly enraged. There was someone who was so reckless and dared to go against the great, desolate mansion at the very last moment. The surrounding people also exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, their eyes widened. Another fairy-like figure had descended. The other party was dressed in white, as if he had ascended to immortality. Furthermore, there was a phoenix phantom on his body. Could it be that someone from the Phoenix clan had come? Countless people were shocked. The people of the great, desolate mansion frowned as well. However, they soon discovered that it wasn't the case. It was Murong Qingqing. She was the saintess of the Kunlun Pavilion. She had actually come. She was probably here to avenge Lin Xian. Lin Wuyi really made people envious. Indeed, countless people's eyes turned red. However, there were also people who sneered. So what? No matter how good he was still killed. The faces of the 6 people from the great, desolate mansion turned cold as well. So it's you. Murong Qingqing, do you want to make an enemy out of the great, desolate mansion? You have to think about the consequences. These people gritted their teeth. Murong Qingqing floated down from the sky and said coldly, "So what if I'm your enemy? If you dare to lay your hands on Brother Xian, I'll kill everyone from the great, desolate mansion in the future." Having said that, she slowly formed a seal with her palm. A terrifying aura was emitted from the seal. Kunlun palm. Subsequently, Murong Qingqing waved her palm and pressed it down from the sky. It was like the palm of an ancient god with mysterious runes of the great Tao. It's so terrifying. What kind of power is this? This should be the ultimate technique of the Kunlun Pavilion. Many people exclaimed in horror. Damn it! How dare you look down on us? The 3 sages of the great, desolate mansion roared in anger. They unleashed their ultimate techniques, one after another. The aura of desolation spread between heaven and earth, turning the entire place into a desolate place. Boom! Boom! The 2 attacks collided, causing heaven and earth to shatter. Everyone felt as if they were in a destructive torrent. Boom! 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 That feeling only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, the aura of desolation was torn apart by a palm. The 3 sages of the great, desolate mansion were instantly smashed into a bloody mist. What? She killed them with a single palm. Moreover, she killed 3 pinnacle existences. This Murong Qingqing is too terrifying. Many people were shocked. The other 3 sages had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it! They roared. However, at this moment, they retreated once again with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. This was because Shen Shuqiu, who was being suppressed by the 24 sages, suddenly unleashed his power. The 24 sages were instantly sent flying, turning into an aura of desolation that spread between heaven and earth. A cosmic form of heaven and earth appeared behind Xinjingqiu. It was unusually mysterious and had an aura of desolation. It stood between heaven and earth. The moment she attacked, she shattered the 24 sages of desolation. She attacked again and killed the other 3 sages of the great, desolate mansion. All of a sudden, everyone from the great, desolate mansion was killed. "Qiu, are you all right?" Murong Qingqing looked at Xinjingqiu with concern. Xinjingqiu shook her head. "Sister Miss Seductress, I'm fine. These people from the great, desolate mansion can't hurt me." This scene was truly too shocking. They never would have thought that these 2 goddess-like figures would actually possess such strength. Are they courting death? There's only one outcome for going against the great, desolate mansion. A cold voice sounded from the bloody mist in the sky. Then, more figures appeared in the distance. Obviously, the people from the great, desolate mansion had come to help. Moreover, these people summoned the power of desolation the moment they arrived. In an instant, they summoned 5 times the number of people. 10 sages of the great desolate mansion summoned 50 sages. A total of 60 sages surrounded Murong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu. This situation was much more dangerous than before. It's over. This time it's really dangerous. The people who were watching the battle retreated while shaking their heads and sighing. Murong Qingqing looked at this scene and asked, "Qiu, are you afraid?" Shinjingqiu shook her head. "They're no match for me. Today, I'm going to avenge Brother Lin Xian." Their ethereal voices sounded in the sky. Lin Xian was touched when he saw this. He wouldn't let the 2 of them take the risk. Therefore, he asked, "Brother Songhai, are you going to watch the show, or are you going to join me?" A terrifying murderous aura surged from Lin Xian's body. He was like a sleeping dragon that was quickly awakening. Guan Songhai was surprised. "Are you going to join the fight? Difficult. Do you know those 2 goddesses? Or are you related to Lin Wudi?" "Me. I'm just not used to seeing the great, desolate mansion bullying me. Therefore, I'm going to get rid of them." A dragon roar sounded from Lin Xian's body. In the next moment, he turned into a streak of light and flew forward. Chapter 40, 213. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and slapped out the azure dragon seal. In an instant, a few azure dragon phantoms charged into the crowd of the great, desolate mansion along with the seal. A loud explosion was heard. 9 figures were instantly sent flying. Miserable screams were heard, and the surrounding people were stunned. Someone actually dared to attack. "Who is it?" The people of the great, desolate mansion roared in anger. "Kill!" They unleashed the power of the heavens, and the terrifying desolation law filled the air. "Haha, I'm coming too." Guan Songhai laughed. The power of the sea surged and swept across the 9 heavens, turning the entire world into an ocean. They felt a strong binding force that sealed them, making them unable to move. Murong Qingqing, Shenjingqiu, and the others quickly attacked. The 4 of them fought. The 60 phantoms of the great desolate mansion were running around. They should have had the upper hand, but they were defeated by the 4 of them. Oh my heavens, who are these 2? They're too terrifying. I know that one. He's a top sky pride of the Azure Sea Pavilion, but I don't know about the other one. He seems to have a terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragon. Could he be a member of the dragon tribe? Damn it. Many of them charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his palms. Every palm strike was accompanied by the power of the Azure Dragon. Moreover, Lin Xian used the breathing technique of the dragon tribe, making the phantoms of the Azure Dragon seem to come alive. Boom! 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 A single palm strike was enough to destroy a top sage of the great desolate mansion. 9 of them were killed by 9 palms. Blood mist filled the air, terrifying everyone. What kind of power was this? One had to know that those who could come here were not ordinary saints. They were all elites among elites, yet none of them had any power to fight back in the hands of Lin Xian. It was truly shocking. Murong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu were also stunned. However, they smiled when they saw Lin Xian blinking his eyes. "It's Brother Xian," Murong Qingqing exclaimed. She knew that Lin Xian wasn't dead, so she recognized him immediately. Shenjingqiu was stunned for a moment, but after Murong Qingqing's telepathic message, she understood. She heaved a sigh of relief. Great, big brother Lin Xian didn't die. However, she also knew that since she had changed her appearance and concealed her aura, she did not want others to discover her identity. So she didn't recognize him right away. Instead, he attacked even more fiercely. The cosmic form behind her was like the fairy of the 9 heavens, powerful to the extreme. Every move carried the supreme, great Tao. Murong Qingqing transformed into a phoenix and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The people of the great desolation mansion went crazy. They had gained an absolute advantage and could even suppress and seal the 2 of them. However, he did not expect that there would be people who dared to come to his rescue. Moreover, these two people were extremely powerful, especially the person who struck out with the azure dragon seal. It made them vomit blood. The other party's attacks were too violent. Every move was capable of killing a powerful saint on their side. Damn it, I'll kill this brat first. They felt that Lin Xian was the biggest threat. Therefore, they were prepared to attack Lin Xian first. However, it was useless. Those people couldn't even get close to Lin Xian and were sent flying by the azure dragon palm. Damn it, you guys back off. I'll do it. At this moment, a man roared and walked out. He was wearing the desolate war armor. His palms were forming seals continuously. The desolate war aura spread out rapidly and formed a giant. Desolate war aura. This was also an ultimate mystic skill. When the desolate war god appeared, the pressure of the heavens and earth followed. The surrounding experts and geniuses could not breathe. This was too strong. He could even fight against them, right? As expected of the Tao debate, there were no weaklings here. After that person summoned the desolate war god, he revealed a cold expression. Brat, I'll let you know what regret is today. The terrifying desolate war god attacked quickly. That palm slapped down, bringing with it an extremely powerful pressure as the raging waves crashed onto the shore. Lin Xian snorted coldly and attacked with the azure dragon 9 palms. 9 consecutive attacks. The 9 azure dragons seemed to have come to life under the dragon clan's breathing technique and fused into a giant dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail and collided with the desolate war god. Boom! The two's laws and mystic skills collided between heaven and earth, creating a destructive storm. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the desolate war god's palm shattered. Then it turned into the desolate war aura. The great Huangfu's expert also trembled and retreated. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Impossible, the surrounding people exclaimed. They couldn't believe it. The desolate war god was already able to resist the attack of a sacred venerable, but he still couldn't defeat his opponent? Could it be that this brat was a sacred venerable? Senior brother, let us help you. The young geniuses also rushed over. It seemed that they wanted to join forces to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. Are you a bunch of ants? He swung his fist and attacked with the tiger demon fist. A terrifying whistling sound rumbled between heaven and earth. This was an even more violent and destructive fist technique. The dozens of figures that approached him were all destroyed. Sacred blood scattered between heaven and earth. No, retreat quickly. The man roared crazily. However, Lin Xian held the azure dragon seal again and attacked him. With a single strike, that person's body was blasted into pieces. Quite a few people roared. Were their senior brothers killed by someone? Buzz! A soul flew out from the broken body. Damned brat, I won't let you off. The great desolate mansion will definitely kill you. He flew into the distance. However, Lin Xian sneered. He raised his hand and a sword light flew out. It was the sword controlling technique of the Sword Dragon clan. It carried the aura of the great dragon sword soul that could destroy everything. It directly killed the opponent's soul. The man let out a miserable scream before his soul was destroyed. Everyone was stunned. This person was too powerful. He was definitely a top genius. At the same time, they were amazed because other than Lin Xian, Guan Songhai and the others were also extraordinary. As expected of the Tao debate, the geniuses who came here were too dazzling. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for the people of the great desolate mansion, their faces were filled with despair. Damn it, who the hell are you? Some of them stared at Guan Songhai. We don't have any grudges with the Songhai Pavilion, right? Guan Songhai sneered. We don't have any grudges. However, since my brother wants to attack you, I can only help. If you don't like it, you can start a war with us. Hearing this, the people of the great desolate mansion snorted. What a joke! Previously, because of Lin Xian, they had already started a war with Peerless City. In the end, they suffered heavy losses. Many worlds were destroyed by Peerless City. If they were to start a war with the Songhai Pavilion, their losses would be even greater. Therefore, they wouldn't start a war with the Sacred City unless they had no other choice. However, the other party was too much. So what if they bullied you? Lin Xian held the Songhai dragon seal and attacked with both hands. He directly killed the three figures. Then, an extremely cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. Great, desolate mansion. None of you who came today can leave. Now, these people knew that they had gone too far. Previously, when the three sage kings were chasing after him, did they think that they had gone too far? Right now, he was simply giving him a taste of his own medicine. This time, he must let the great, desolate mansion know what pain was. Chapter 42:14. Indeed, under Lin Xian's powerful attack, the people from the great, desolate mansion were instantly crushed. The desolate figures that were summoned were also killed mercilessly. Eventually, only one person was left. This person was covered in injuries. He screamed in horror, "Come and save me. How dare you attack the people of the great, desolate mansion? No one will be spared today." A terrifying killing aura filled the air. When the surrounding people sensed it, their eyes widened. A sacred sovereign, a real sacred sovereign, had descended. Sure enough, a large hand descended from the sky, charging towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A pair of gale wings appeared on his back. He used the laws of wind to increase his speed to the extreme. He dodged instantly. In the next moment, he looked to the front. The void shattered, and a figure wrapped in a boundless aura of desolation walked out from the void. It was a middle-aged man. His aura was very powerful. He was at the beginning stages of the sacred sovereign realm. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. Yes, no matter how strong he is, he can't go against a real sacred sovereign. Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the rest frowned. The sacred sovereign that appeared sneered. Go to hell. A desolate heaven seal slammed down and enveloped Lin Xian. With a boom, the place turned into nothingness. The sacred sovereign sneered. A mere ant dares to go against me? You overestimate yourself. Was he killed? The surrounding people were shocked. The difference was too great. Yes, it was difficult for anyone below the sacred sovereign realm to go against a sacred sovereign, unless they had a heaven-defying sacred weapon. This kid was too arrogant. He deserved to die. Now that I've taken care of one of you, I won't let the other three go. The sacred sovereign's gaze was fixed on Murong Qingqing and the rest. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. You're just SO. You're too weak. Didn't you eat? What? He didn't die? When the surrounding people heard the voice, they were stunned. They all turned their heads to look. They saw a figure walk out from the shattered void. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by laws. He was unscathed. How was that possible? Countless people were shocked. He wasn't injured. What kind of physique was this? That was an attack from a saint venerable. Sure enough, the holy venerate's expression sank. You are not injured. It seems like you have a saint artifact on you to defend yourself. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for the other party to survive with his own strength. He must have a treasure in his hands. Is that so? Just because I can block your attack, does that mean I have a treasure? And you being able to kill me is your true strength? You really think too highly of yourself. I wonder if you'll still think the same way when I kill you later. Do you really think you can kill me? The saint sneered. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now go to hell. His figure flashed, and the desolate aura behind him turned into a stream of light, carrying him towards Lin Xian. Previously, it was just a casual attack from him, which was why his opponent was able to survive. Now he was going to unleash his full power. So what if his opponent had a sacred weapon? He could kill them all the same. Looking at the Saint Venerable's fist, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He waited until the Saint Venerable was near him before he attacked. Similarly, he threw out a punch. The first move of the Tiger Demon Fist, Army Destroyer. The punch was filled with boundless killing intent, as if it was going to destroy everything. Although his opponent was a true Saint Venerable, so what? Lin Xian was not afraid of the Saint Venerable at all. Boom! You're courting death. Go to hell. Seeing that Lin Xian did not dodge and dared to fight back, the Saint Venerable was filled with disdain. He was confident that he could defeat Lin Xian with this move. However, when his fist collided with Lin Xian's fist, he regretted it immediately. That was because he could feel an unparalleled power surging toward him. Even with his strength and physique, he could not withstand it. Boom! With a deep sound, the Saint Venerable retreated. He shattered the void and his arm hung down. A few cracks appeared on his palm. He was at a disadvantage in a contest of physique when he used all his strength to fight against Lin Xian. It was something that he could not imagine. The others were even more shocked. Oh my God, what kind of physique does this kid have? Why do I feel that he's going to defy the heavens? Exclamations and discussions could be heard. When Shen Jingqiu of Morong Qingqing saw this scene, she smiled. The corners of his mouth raised into a smile. They knew that Lin Xian would not be defeated. Guan Songhai was also surprised. He could feel that Lin Xian had not become a true Saint Venerable. However, Lin Xian's current strength was not any weaker than a Saint Venerable. He was really surprised. Although Lin Xian was only one step away from becoming a Saint Venerable, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. As I said, you're no match for me at all. Lin Xian said lightly. Despicable kid, don't be so arrogant. The Saint Venerable roared and spat out a pagoda from his mouth. There was a terrifying, great Tao on the pagoda. Obviously, it was his sacred artifact. Lin Xian glanced at it, but did not care. You want to use a sacred artifact to deal with me? I can only say that you are too trashy as a Saint Venerable. I think you are wasting resources by living, so you can go to hell. The terrifying law of wind appeared on Lin Xian's body. At the same time, the law of lightning spread out. As the wind and lightning collided, he turned into an extremely fast bolt of lightning and rushed out in an instant. You are courting death. The pagoda above his head took out a treasured saber and swept it in all directions. At the same time, his broken arm quickly healed. He used all kinds of divine skills to fight with his opponent. However, the more he fought, the more shocked he became because he realized that whether it was his divine skills or sacred artifacts, his opponent could take them all with his bare hands. Moreover, he was not injured. The strength of Lin Xian's physique was beyond his imagination. In the 13th move, he was punched through and his arm exploded. In the 15th move, the pagoda above his head was directly sent flying by the azure dragon seal. Then his entire body was split in half. Oh my God, the people around us are all dumbfounded. What did they just see? A young genius was actually beating up a Saint Venerable. What kind of scene was that? The last surviving saint of the great desolate mansion thought that he had been saved. He even thought that he could kill his opponent. However, he was now in despair. The expert in his eyes, a dignified Saint Venerable, was actually unable to fight back. In the end, the Saint Venerable actually escaped. Seeing that the Saint Venerable had escaped, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his hand and countless sword chi flew out. Sword controlling array. Hearing this, the Saint Venerable's soul that was escaping in front felt his scalp explode. This was because he felt spatial fluctuations coming from all directions and a biting cold aura appeared. The boundless sword chi completely sealed the space he was in. The biting cold law of wind, controlling array, caused the world to tremble. No, the Saint Venerable's soul tried his best to dodge. However, under the sword controlling array, his soul was completely penetrated. In the end, his soul was destroyed. Chapter 42:15. Is he dead? A bona fide holy venerate was directly killed by someone. The surrounding people were flabbergasted. What kind of heaven-defying combat strength was this? Who would have thought that such a terrifying genius would appear before the heavenly Tao discussion? They wondered which power this person belonged to. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the azure dragon phantom enveloped the few of them. Then he tore open the void and disappeared. The spectators knew that a huge commotion was about to happen. The great, desolate prefecture would definitely not let this matter rest. Indeed, the 6 Tao holy sovereigns descended from the great, desolate prefecture and began to sweep through. However, the 6 Tao holy sovereigns had already disappeared. They could only grit their teeth and snort. It would be best if they did not meet them in the heavenly Tao discussion. Otherwise, they would let them know what regret and despair was. In an instant, the news spread and shocked the entire heavenly wind world. On the other side, Lin Xian left with the few of them. He sent a message to Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu. When there was no one around at night, they would meet again. Night fell. Lin Xian left behind a clone, and then his real body used the void escape to leave. Lin Xian flew over according to the address that Murong Qingqing and the others left behind. He saw Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu waiting for him. Big brother Lin Xian. Shen Jingqiu's eyes turned red instantly. Murong Qingqing also said, "I was scared to death." Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, I can protect myself even without the great sage tower. Let's go in." The 3 of them entered the palace, and Lin Xian set up a formation. In the next few days, Lin Xian stayed with the 2 of them, waiting for the heavenly Tao discussion to begin. On this day, the entire sky was lit up. Countless terrifying auras descended, and everyone in every corner of the world stood up. Their expressions were solemn because they knew that a holy king had arrived. This was a supreme aura that only a holy king could emit. There were 9 mutated beasts roaring in the sky. They were all ancient mutated beasts and were extremely powerful. They were pulling a war chariot. They broke through the clouds and slowly flew over. A terrifying aura enveloped heaven and earth, causing everyone to tremble. Within the war chariot, a figure walked out. The demonic qi emanating from his body was even scarier than before, as though a ferocious beast had just awoken. It was the Saint King of the 10,000 demons, the Flying Sky Saint King. After the Soaring Sky Saint King arrived, he looked down on the world and accepted the worship of countless people. However, at this moment, a dozen great demons appeared in the void and knelt down on one knee. "Greetings to the Holy King. We were incompetent and caused the 9th young lord to be injured. Please punish us, Sacred King. Saint King, please avenge us." These people's voices rang out. The surrounding people were in an uproar. During this period of time, they naturally knew that after the 9-headed Qilint's powerful arrival, it was killed once again. Now he only had 3 lives left. Soaring Sky Saint King's face turned ugly when he heard the news. Damn it, what a bunch of trash. So many people, but they can't even protect one person? The greater demons below were trembling. Once a Saint King was enraged, no one could stop him. They could only kneel and beg for mercy. "Saint King, please spare their lives." However, that brat was too strange. We were careless and failed to protect him. Who was it? Soaring Sky Saint King asked coldly. Could it be that a sacred venerate had made a move? If that was the case, he didn't mind killing the other party personally. He wanted to let the other party know what it was like to bully the weak. However, those greater demons said that it was a young man who hadn't reached the sacred venerate level. His name was Sword Maniac. He wasn't a sacred venerate, and he was from the younger generation. Soaring Sky Saint King's face turned incomparably dark. This way, he had no excuse to make a move. The competition between the younger generation was something that he couldn't interfere with. If he interfered, he would be breaking the rules. Damn it, he really deserved to die. Where did this genius come from? How could he be so strange? He had to investigate this matter properly. Of course it was here. He couldn't say. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "Get in here." Those greater demons brought the nine-headed Qilin into the golden chariot. Then the nine-headed beast roared. They quickly tore through the void and flew into the distance. I think soaring Sky Saint King will vomit blood from anger. That's for sure. The genius under him was supposed to be incomparably dazzling, but he suffered such a loss as soon as he arrived. His heart will probably bleed. Do you think soaring Sky Saint King will make a move? That's impossible. That kid looks very young. The competition between the younger generation doesn't need a Saint King to personally make a move. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget how Lin Wudi was killed. Indeed, when these words came out, many people fell silent. Lin Wudi was such a dazzling, peerless genius. He would definitely become a Saint King in the future. He could even become a great god. Such a person didn't die in the competition between the younger generation, but was killed by a Saint King. It was really regrettable. Someone said, "Stop talking. Do you want to die? Don't forget who the host is this time." That was the Acheron Palace. If they heard us talking about Lin Xian, all of us would be killed. These people's faces instantly turned pale, and they didn't dare to say anything. Not long after soaring Sky Saint King arrived, thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. The thunder god city's Saint King also arrived. The great Tao intertwined with lightning carried a majestic figure as he walked over. He was called Myriad Thunder Saint King. His strength was terrifying, and he had the power to destroy heaven and earth. After Myriad Thunder Saint King arrived, he gathered the Thunder God Saints. Then he occupied a position in the world. Then endless sword chi fell, and a figure that looked like a sword god appeared. There were two ancient swords on his back, emitting a biting cold light. With a light wave, he could split a world. The Myriad Sword Pavilion Saint King, the divine Ghost Sword King. It was said that his sword technique had unpredictable power. Other than that, the great desolate mansion, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and limitless sex Saint Kings also arrived. Peerless Saint King also came. He had delicate features, like a 16 or 17-year-old youth. However, the Saint King aura on him was not to be underestimated. Not only did he come, but he also brought a large number of experts and geniuses from Peerless City. These Saint Kings all found a position in the world. They dominated a region. Some of the top clans also came, such as the Blue Dragon Clan and the Winged Dragon Clan. Although they weren't Sacred City, their strength and foundation weren't any weaker than Sacred City. The surrounding people were amazed. These were super forces and Saint Kings. It was rare to see even one Saint King, but now there were so many Saint Kings. It was truly a sight that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. The people from Acheron Hall hadn't arrived yet, right? Someone exclaimed. Someone said, "Why are you panicking? They're the last to arrive." Sure enough, after waiting for a long time, countless Acheron diagrams appeared. Then, one after another, Acheron figures appeared. The one standing in the center was the Silver Corpse Saint King. His aura made everyone's scalp tingle, as if their lives were about to be taken away. When Lin Xian saw this figure, he frowned. A hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. It was the other party who had almost killed him with a single palm strike. There would be a day when he would personally avenge this grudge. Although he didn't have the strength to fight against a Saint King, he wouldn't let anyone from the 3 sacred cities go. Chapter 42:16. Following that, more families and holy cities arrived. The Joyous Union Palace's Prestige also arrived. She was called the Closed Moon Sage King. Not only did she come, but she also brought a few people with her. Xian was among them. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. It seemed like Xian wasn't in any danger. However, he was puzzled as he didn't see anyone from the Green Hill Nine Tails race participating in the battle. As for the reason behind it, he didn't know. After waiting for another 3 days, the Silver Corpse Sage King stood up when he saw that no one had arrived. He said in a clear voice, welcoming everyone to the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. This is a grand event in the second astral world. Your names will be recorded in the Holy Hall in the future. This is an unparalleled honor. Therefore, you must give it your all in this Holy Heavens Tao discussion. Don't let down the Holy City's expectations of you. Many people clenched their fists when they heard that. This was an opportunity. If they could stand at the end, they would be able to obtain an unparalleled opportunity. They might even be able to leave the second astral world and head to the legendary Holy Lands. Their future achievements might even surpass the Holy City. When they thought of that, they felt a surge of excitement. All right, let's not talk anymore. I now announce the start of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. A loud voice exploded between heaven and earth as the Silver Corpse Sage King formed a hand seal and pressed it against the void. The entire sky shattered and the earth shook. Everyone exclaimed as they didn't know what was going on. However, when they saw the Sage King's calm expressions, they calmed down. Even if there was any danger, the Sage Kings could sweep through everything. The entire heavenly wind world was enveloped by a terrifying law. Everyone realized that the earth was changing as arenas appeared one after another. These were all arenas that had been passed down from the ancient times, or even further back. They were able to withstand attacks from sacred sovereigns and were specially prepared for the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. Everyone realized that some of the arenas had dark red marks on them. Those were the blood that had flowed from the battles between the geniuses in the past. Even after countless years, the blood hadn't changed. One could only imagine how strong those geniuses were. There were many arenas, and they were huge. They covered the entire land. At the same time, the rules of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion were spread. There were 3 stages. The first stage was divided into different arenas based on cultivation. So they fought. Everyone had 3 chances to be defeated. After 3 times, they would be eliminated. Both sides of the battle also used the form of a challenge. There was no need to worry that no one would make a move. After all, everyone wanted to make a name for themselves in this once-in-a-lifetime event. Moreover, there was a chance to have his name engraved in the Holy Hall. This was a supreme honor. Therefore, the battle would definitely be very intense. The competition was divided into 3 different areas. The first region was for those under 2,000 years old, while the second region was for those between 2,000 and 5,000 years old. The third area was for those over 5,000 years old. This time, it wasn't based on cultivation but age. However, no matter how strong a person under 2,000 years old was, he would only be an early stage Holy Venerate. Hence, everyone felt more at ease. That way, they would not encounter those middle stage Holy Venerables or even those late stage Holy Venerables. As for those old monsters, they all had their own battlefields where they could exchange blows. As for the second stage, no one knew yet. What they needed to do was to try their best to earn points in the first round so they could get a higher ranking. He wanted to make himself even more dazzling. The Holy Heavens Tao discussion didn't allow Holy Kings to appear. In other words, Holy Kings and Holy Kings' weapons couldn't appear. Anyone who violated the rules would be disqualified. There was another point. In the arena, life and death didn't matter. There was only victory and defeat. In other words, not only would the battle be intense, but a large number of experts and geniuses would also be killed. Although it was cruel, the world of cultivation was like that. Everyone who reached the peak had to go through the baptism of blood and slaughter to stand out. After learning about the situation, everyone took a deep breath. Although the path ahead was dangerous, no one retreated. Instead, they all clenched their fists. This time, they would definitely make their names known in the universe. As the rules of the competition and the ancient arena appeared, everyone started to panic. Everyone took a deep breath. The Silver Corpse Holy King announced the start of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. As his voice fell, figures flew out one after another from different parts of the world. They landed on the arena, respectively. On the lightning god city's side, a woman bathed in lightning appeared. She held an ice and lightning sword in her hand that exuded a destructive aura. From the looks of it, she was a genius. On the demon city's side, a man walked out. Flames danced around his body. He seemed to be a powerful genius of the vermilion bird tribe. On the myriad sword pavilion's side, a terrifying sword venerate descended upon them. Terrifying sword chi swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The other sacred cities and powerful families had also sent people to assist them. Every one of them was extremely powerful. If they were in the outside world, they would be able to sweep through an entire world. But now, they were all gathered together to fight for the peak. Around the heavenly wind world, there were 4 small worlds that were filled with people. They came from all over the second astral world to watch the battle. There were also some people who came from the universe to watch the battle. When these people saw the terrifying figures standing in the arena below, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They were unhappy that they couldn't enter, but now they understood. With their strength, they didn't have the qualifications to enter. They could only watch from outside. Even Lin Xian saw Qin Xianer and Morong Qingqing walking out. It seemed that these sacred cities were all planning to use their strength in the first battle to tell the world how powerful they were. A man walked out from the Wushuang city side. He was also terrifying, but it wasn't Linghu Chueshue or Fu Hongye. It was another stranger, but it seemed like he was also a top expert. On the Acheron Palace's side, they also sent sacred venerables to fight. This time, they couldn't lose in the Tao discussion. Therefore, the people they sent for the first round were extremely powerful. On the other hand, the Great Desolate Mansion had their own strategy. They decided to hide part of their strength and send out some of their core strength. It was rare for them to send out peerless experts in the later stages. But even though he was the core strength, he was still a peak small saint. He wasn't far from becoming a sacred venerable. Basically, all the arenas were filled with people, waiting for others to challenge them. Soon, people flew up to challenge the arenas. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a cold smile when he saw this. Very well, it's time to harvest. Demon City, Acheron Palace, and Great Desolate Mansion. These were the 3 holy cities that had tried to kill him. He wouldn't let any of them go. Chapter 42:17. Huang Mo stood on the stage with a smile on his face. He felt that his chance had come. This time, he must show his strength to the world. Although he wasn't a saint venerable and was only at the peak of the minor saint realm, he was confident that no one in the same realm as him was his match. As long as he didn't encounter a true saint venerable, he had the confidence to win. Buzz who would challenge him? His gaze rarely traveled in all directions. Suddenly, he saw a figure transform into a gust of wind and arrive at the arena. Oh, someone's here. Huang Mo squinted his eyes and looked forward. The opponent should be using the law of wind. His speed was pretty good, which made him a little interested. He checked carefully and didn't find any saint venerable aura from the opponent. Huang Mo heaved a sigh of relief. Great, this opponent's strength is at most on par with me. Then I won't be afraid. Brat, tell me your name, because you only have one chance to speak. Huang Mo said indifferently. Oh, is that so? The young man opposite him laughed. All right, listen carefully. My name is Sword Maniac. Sword Maniac? I think you're an idiot. Huang Mo sneered. You dare to challenge me? I'll kill you in one move. He sneered and slapped his palm out. Countless law filled his palm. It was the law of wildfire. It carried a terrifying flame aura and slapped forward. Buzz, a pair of dark golden wings appeared behind Lin Xian's back and spread out. It turned into a storm. This was the ultimate technique that he had obtained from the Winged Dragon clan. It allowed him to move at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he also used the sword controlling technique of the Saber Dragon clan. A sword light slashed across the sky. The two of them exchanged blows in a flash. Then, they stood in the air with their backs facing each other. Lin Xian put away the nomological laws on his body and walked down the ring. The spectators were stunned. What's going on? Is the battle over? The people of the great, desolate mansion sneered. This kid must know that he's not seen your brother Huang Mo's match. He went down and admitted defeat. That's for sure. Who dares to go against the great, desolate mansion? They looked up to the sky and laughed. However, soon they were stunned, because they saw Huang Mo's body falling to the ground. Blood flowed out from his body and dyed the stage red. What? He was injured. That's impossible. The people of the great, desolate mansion widened their eyes and screamed in horror. What just happened? Why didn't they see it clearly? The elders and experts of the great, desolate mansion frowned as they carefully examined the situation. In the next moment, their expressions turned extremely ugly. This was because they realized that there was no longer any life in the desert. 3 figures descended from the sky. They were the 3 judges. There were 3 referees in each arena. The 3 referees were chosen randomly from different holy cities and families. This would prevent anyone from cheating. They went up to take a look, then shook their heads and said that he had been killed. The sword maniac won the battle. Hearing this, the people of the great, desolate mansion were completely stunned. The other people were also in an uproar. Heavens, this sword maniac was actually an expert. Moreover, to be able to kill a peak minor saint with a single strike. What was his cultivation base? Could it be that he was already a saint venerable? I don't know. I can't sense his aura. How mysterious! Everyone exclaimed. The faces of the people of the great, desolate mansion turned ugly. To be honest, although they didn't send a saint venerable, they were very confident in Huang Mo. Moreover, there wouldn't be too many experts in the beginning of the battle. Therefore, their chances of winning were very high. However, they didn't expect that Huang Mo would be killed in an instant in the first battle. This was a provocation. He jumped up and stepped on their faces. Damn it, the people of the great, desolate mansion were clenching their teeth so hard that they almost broke. Saint King Huang Tian's face turned dark. After all, the battle had just begun, and the reputation of the holy city was very important. Now, his opponent had embarrassed him. He said loudly, "Don't think that this is a joke. This is a very formal battle. Those who are able to participate in this battle are all top experts and experts. There were even some hidden and secretly cultivated people who would appear. Therefore, you can't afford to be careless here. Huang Mo's death is a good lesson. Do you all understand?" Yes. The people of the great, desolate mansion quickly lowered their heads and remembered the Saint King's words. We will treat this battle seriously and not make any mistakes. At the same time, they looked up and started to look for Lin Xian. They would remember this grudge. However, they realized that Lin Xian had already disappeared into the crowd. Damn it, he actually let that brat escape. It doesn't matter. He will definitely take action again. When the time comes, we will lock onto him and find someone to kill him. He was targeted by the great, desolate mansion again. However, Lin Xian didn't care. This time he was here for revenge. He would definitely not let these sacred cities off. So what if he was targeted? He went into the crowd and started to look around the arena. He realized that Murong Qingcheng, Qin Xianer, and the others had already won their first battle. Then, some of them walked down the arena, while others continued to challenge. He looked at the Wushuang City's side and realized that the first unfamiliar man had also won. Then, Fu Hongye started to fight. Other than that, he also noticed some top experts. For example, Wan Jianyi and Chao Tiansheng had also successfully broken through to the Saint Venerable realm. He had to admit that these people's strength, talent, and opportunities were very strong. Other than that, there were also some young rising stars. Lin Xian only took a glance at them and didn't pay any more attention to them. These people weren't a threat to him. The ones who were a threat were the disciples of the previous generation, such as Huang Shi-san of the great, desolate mansion. He was someone who competed with Fu Hongya back then. He wasn't sure how strong he was now. Lin Xian's eye technique was powerful, so he could overlook the entire battlefield and observe. However, at this moment, he was suddenly stunned. At the same time, there was a cry of surprise from a distant battlefield. Countless people looked over. Look, that's Fu Hongya. He actually encountered an opponent. Everyone was stunned. Fu Hongya was the chief disciple of the second generation of the Wushuang city. At the same time, he was also a genius on the pilgrim list. He was very strong. Logically speaking, he should be able to kill his opponent easily. However, this time his opponent was extremely terrifying. He was actually able to threaten Fu Hongya. Lin Xian also frowned. Who was this person? He discovered that this person didn't use the Holy City's unique lost skill. That was to say, the other party might not be someone from the Holy City. Of course, there was also another possibility. This was originally a secret expert nurtured by the Holy City. It was just that at this moment, in order to hide his identity, he displayed some other lost skills. The strength of this person's law was extremely terrifying. It shrouded the entire arena. Fu Hongya was actually suppressed. But fortunately, after 50 moves, Fu Hongya suddenly erupted with power and injured the other party. That person directly left the arena and disappeared. Took the initiative to forfeit? Everyone was surprised. This was equivalent to a failure. There were only a total of 3 chances to fail. Such an expert easily admitted defeat. It was really too regrettable. However, the powerhouses on the Wushuang city side frowned. Damn it. Immediately retreating after failing to hit and hiding his strength. This was clearly a hunter. Chapter 42:18. The Holy Heavens Tao discussion was rarely held. However, it was not the first time that some of the elders had participated in it. They had seen such a thing happen before. Every holy city had secretly nurtured some experts. They would hide these experts and only use them at critical moments. For example, the hidden experts would hide their identities and attack the geniuses from other holy cities. Although it was not a glorious thing, it was used by many holy cities. They did not expect that someone would target Wushuang City. Who was it? The elders' faces turned cold. They first thought of the 3 holy cities, Thousand Demon City, Akron Hall, and Great Baron Mansion. After all, Wushuang City had fought with the 3 holy cities, and the relationship between them was like fire and water. However, they could not rule out the possibility that it was done by other holy cities. They had to be more careful in the future. On the other side, Lin Xian's face turned cold when he saw the scene. Damn it, it seemed like someone was targeting Wushuang City. Since that was the case, they could not blame him for being ruthless. He looked around. Suddenly, he noticed that one of the arenas had become empty, and a figure went up. The person's cold aura was terrifying. It was obvious that he was an expert from Akron Hall. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the Holy Sovereign realm. Many people did not dare to challenge him. Very well. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Let's start with the Holy Sovereign. His body flashed, and he flew toward the arena. Lung Pao smiled when he came up. With his strength, ordinary people would not dare to challenge him. However, he did not expect that a figure would appear in front of him. He wondered which holy city's expert was from. Lung Pao looked forward. However, he was stunned. He did not sense any terrifying aura from the other party. Could it be that the person was not a holy sovereign? When he thought of this, he couldn't believe it. Was this person courting death? Naturally, the spectators also felt this scene and immediately exclaimed in surprise. Heavens! Could it be that this brat wanted to court death? Did he think that he could challenge a holy sovereign? Exclamations could be heard. Indeed, it was possible for geniuses to challenge those of a higher cultivation level. However, the people here were all geniuses. They were all stronger than those of the same level. It was very difficult to challenge those of a higher level. This was especially so when the other party was a holy venerate. Leaping levels to fight a holy venerate was simply impossible. Kid, if you obediently kneel on the ground and kowtow to me and admit defeat, I'll let you live. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death." Lung Robe's cold voice rang out. In his opinion, he felt that it was beneath him to be an opponent. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. How arrogant! How could a mere holy venerate be so arrogant in front of me? You look very young. You must be one of the geniuses of the previous generation. If I kill you, I wonder what kind of expression the Acheron Palace will have. Do you really think you can kill me? Lung Pao was stunned. Then he sneered disdainfully. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Speaking of this, an extremely terrifying aura appeared on his body. Endless cold laws condensed into a blade of light which he held in his hand. The aura emanating from it froze the entire space. Gloomy slash! The black blade of light slashed down, streaking across the void. This slash was extremely strange. Wherever it passed, black frost would condense. What a terrifying aura! This was the gloomy slash. Many people exclaimed. Under this slash, a holy venerate would not be able to resist at all. It's over. That kid will probably be killed in an instant. Puff! Indeed, this slash enveloped Lin Xian's body and froze Lin Xian's body. Soon after, the frozen body split into two. Instant kill in one move. The surrounding people exclaimed when they saw the scene. Lung Pao also laughed. He did not know what was good for him. The people from the Acheron Palace snorted coldly. In their opinion, unless a powerful holy venerate descended, it would be impossible to defeat Lung Pao. However, at this moment, the situation changed. Lung Pao shouted angrily. He didn't know when, but many more lightning chains had appeared on his body, trapping him. The aura of thunder and lightning from it made his body numb. How could someone attack him? Who was it? The others were also surprised. Someone exclaimed, "Look, there was a figure behind Lung Pao." They looked carefully and saw a figure slowly appear. He held the law of lightning in his hand and trapped Lung Pao. That kid did not die? How could it be? Could it be that the one that was killed was just a clone? They were really too shocked. Lung Pao's pupils constricted. Damn it, the gloomy slash. Many black runes appeared in his body and froze in all directions. Those lightning runes kept exploding, shattering the ice. At the same time, Lin Xian sneered and used the blue dragon seal. He slapped Lung Pao's back and sent him flying. Boom! 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 Half of Lung Pao's body exploded, and blood mist filled the air. It was extremely miserable. Everyone went crazy. Oh God, what did they just see? A young minor saint had injured a holy venerate. Oh my God, it can't be. Who is this kid? Damn it. The people from the Acheron Palace frowned when they saw this scene. What was Lung Pao doing? How could he be at a disadvantage in the hands of a minor saint? Lung Pao's expression was also ferocious. He knew that he had been careless. The kid in front of him was much stronger than he had imagined. At least, he was not someone that an ordinary peak minor saint could compare to. He gritted his teeth and roared. The gloomy slash on his body quickly healed his injuries. At the same time, he turned his head and killing intent appeared on his pale face. "Kid, how dare you hurt me? I will make you pay a painful price." The terrifying law of lightning spread out from his body, and the whole world turned dark. A cold aura spread out in all directions. Even those who were watching the battle from afar felt a sense of horror. At the same time, those who were at the extraterritorial temple shuddered. What a terrifying, gloomy slash. It seemed that Lung Pao was really angry. Could that kid block it? That was the anger of a holy venerate. At this moment, all the people in the world were watching the battle. The gloomy slash. Lung Pao roared and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian with a ghostly speed. The gloomy slash in his hand quickly condensed and formed a palm. The gloomy slash on the palm kept spinning and shrouded Lin Xian. This attack was incomparably powerful. Even a holy venerate of the same level would not dare to face it head-on. The surrounding people exclaimed. He was too strong. as expected of a holy venerate. This strength was far from what a minor saint could compare to. That kid is probably dead. Chapter 42:19. Looking at the approaching dark palm, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Instead of dodging, he made his move. Azure Dragon 9 palms. The roar of a dragon was heard as he threw out a palm strike. The phantom of the Azure Dragon collided violently with his opponent's gloomy palm. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard and exploded in the arena. It swept across the 9 heavens and pierced through the sky. The people outside the region screamed. Many of them were sent flying by the force. It was too terrifying. If there was no ancient arena, the world would have been destroyed instantly. So powerful. What's going on with this young man? He can actually fight against a sacred venerate. Has such a heaven-defying genius appeared? Exclamations were heard. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a figure was sent flying. Look, someone is injured. Who is it? They took a closer look and then sucked in a cold breath. Because the person who was sent flying was none other than Lung Pao. After one strike, Lung Pao's dark palm was broken. His palm cracked, and even his bones were exposed. He was sent flying by the force. His face was full of shock. Lung Pao's strength and physique were above his. Impossible. His mind was completely blank. As Lin Xian struck out with his palm, the other 8 strikes followed one after another. A dragon's roar was heard between heaven and earth. The Azure Dragon 9 palms became stronger as it went on. With every palm strike, Cold Robe's body cracked a little bit. By the 8th palm strike, his body had completely exploded. He turned into a bloody mist. No one dared to believe that Coco was a true sacred venerate. The strength of her physique was definitely beyond imagination. Even if a sacred venerate stood there and did not use any techniques, a small saint would not be able to break through her defense. In other words, a small saint would not be able to hurt a sacred venerate without special techniques. That was the difference in strength. But now, someone had actually broken through the gap. He had actually defeated a sacred venerate. At this moment, more than a dozen sacred cities and the elders of the top families were all stunned. Countless gazes were looking in their direction. Even the saint kings opened their eyes. Their light transformed into long streaks of light as they looked in their direction. Who is this person? Go and find out. We must get information about him. News came one after another. Above the arena, blood mist filled the air as a soul let out a cold shriek. His soul was hugging a small black bead with a ferocious expression. Damn brat, go to hell! He launched a soul attack. The other party's physical body was strong. However, Shao Qin was a holy venerate after all. His cultivation was suppressed. Even if the soul of a saint venerable did not specialize in cultivation, it was still much stronger than that of a minor saint. He wanted to use his soul to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian was disdainful. 9 Azure Dragon strikes, 9th palm. At the same time, he channeled the breathing technique of the dragon race. The 9th dragon seemed to have been resurrected, turning into a 9-fold divine dragon. It roared between heaven and earth. That dragon roar contained an extremely strong power that directly separated the soul of the other party. Under the 9 palms, his opponent's soul was instantly destroyed. Damn it, how dare you! At this moment, a cold roar rang out. At the same time, a terrifying force swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Was there an expert sneak attacking him? A pair of dark golden wings instantly appeared on his back. He activated the law of wind to the extreme. However, this aura was really too terrifying. His law of wind could not completely leave. What kind of person was he? Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. It seemed that he had to activate the void escape and perform a spatial transfer. He sighed. Did he have to use his trump card so soon? However, at this moment, another cold snort rang out, startling Lin Xian. He did not use the void escape. A ray of light fell and blocked the terrifying impact of the law of wind. Then, Another cold voice rang out. How dare you? Who allowed you to attack? As a judge, how dare you attack a contestant? Do you want to die? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xian's figure flashed and directly went to the distance. He was shocked and bewildered. At the same time, the surrounding people exclaimed in shock. Countless pairs of eyes looked over. In the next moment, they all saw it. The person who attacked was an old man, and his identity was not ordinary. He was the judge of the arena with a flag on him. What was going on? Why did the judge attack a contestant? Damn it, is there any justice in this world? Exclamations rang out, and Lin Xian's face darkened. The Acheron Hall's judge? It seemed that it was related to Cold Robe. Lin Xian turned his head and saw that the person who attacked was an elder from Peerless City. He was also the judge. At this moment, he was the one who saved Lin Xian. The Peerless City's judge said coldly, As a judge, you sneak attacked. You have no right to be a judge. The other people were also discussing, spiritedly. Even the elders from the other holy cities were also discussing this matter. That's right. Are there no rules at all? How can we compete in peace like this? I think it's better to set new rules. It was obvious that this was a big matter. If the judge was selfish, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the other holy cities. Therefore, at this moment, no one supported the judge. The faces of the people from Acheron Hall turned ugly. The elders were also shocked. To be honest, they were also heartbroken that Cold Robe was killed. However, if this matter was not handled well, they would be thoroughly humiliated. If this matter was spread out, no one would look up to Acheron Hall. Even the other holy cities would not be willing to be with them. The Silver Corpse, Holy King, opened his eyes. He said, Quiet down. I will handle this matter. He stood up, and a Holy King's aura spread out in all directions. At this moment, the elders and experts from the other holy cities all quietened down. They all looked at their holy kings. As for the other holy kings, their eyes were cold. It seemed that they were waiting for the judge to decide. If they were not satisfied, the holy kings would also attack. Elder Lung, do you know the rules of the judge? The Silver Corpse, Holy King's cold voice rang out. The elder judge shuddered. He said, I know, but this kid dared to kill my grandson. The crowd was in an uproar. So this elder was Cold Robe's grandfather. No wonder he attacked so angrily. However, the other party was too despicable. Couldn't he have attacked somewhere else? He actually killed Cold Robe in the arena. Moreover, he was a judge. This was something that no one could tolerate. Sure enough, the Silver Corpse Holy King snorted. I don't care what the reason is. Since you chose to be a judge, you have to abide by the rules of the judge. You have to be punished for violating the rules. After saying that, the Silver Corpse Holy King shot out a yellow Springs diagram from his eyes. It enveloped the elder. The old man's body trembled. He was a middle-stage, holy venerable, and he was incomparably powerful in the outside world. However, in front of a holy venerate, he was pitifully weak. He could not even withstand a glance from the holy venerate. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Holy King, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. However, the Silver Corpse Holy King's expression was cold. He waved his hand, and the Yellow Springs diagram exploded, destroying the elder's soul. Chapter 42:20. Was he dead? The other spectators felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene. That was a sacred venerate, a mid-stage sacred venerate. How much did they have to pay to nurture such a person? But now, the sacred venerate was killed just like that. He was really cold and decisive. However, the elders of the other sacred cities were cold and indifferent. This was the only way to let everyone know the rules. As expected, the Silver Corpse Sage King's cold voice rang out. The Tao debate was not a game. Everyone had to follow the rules, especially the elders and judges. They represented not only the sacred cities, but also the heavenly Tao's fairness. If they couldn't even do that, their souls would be destroyed. The other elders felt their scalps go numb. To be honest, they also had juniors and disciples participating in the competition. They originally wanted to play some tricks, but when they saw this scene, they all forgot about it. How dare they play tricks at this time? They would end up in a miserable state. The competition continued. After the atmosphere froze for a moment, the scene became lively again. After all, every battle was very exciting. Lin Xian retreated into the distance and hid in the crowd. A cold smile appeared on his face. Although the Silver Corpse Sage King spoke as if he was the messenger of the heavenly god, Lin Xian knew that the Silver Corpse Sage King was a despicable and shameless person. The Silver Corpse Sage King was able to disregard his status and cultivation to attack a junior like him. He knew how despicable and shameless this person was. Moreover, he also knew that the Silver Corpse Sage King was doing this for the other sacred cities. As for not being allowed to play tricks, what a joke. Previously, the operation against Fu Hongya was a small trick played by the other sacred cities. Moreover, it was not just one operation. Lin Xian observed carefully and realized that, every once in a while, an unfamiliar person would make a move. Those people were very powerful. They were all sacred venerates, and they specifically targeted the top geniuses of the other sacred cities. Every time they made a move, their moves were ruthless, and they were usually determined to kill in one strike. Lin Xian knew that these people belonged to different sacred cities. They specialized in hunting young and promising geniuses. Moreover, many of them succeeded. Once they failed and could not win, these people would immediately give up and leave. This made it impossible for others to do anything. It could be said that he was the Grim Reaper walking in the mortal world. It seemed that he had to be careful, because there was no telling when someone like that would target him. At the same time, the people of the various holy cities were gathering information. Not only did they have to collect information on some unfamiliar faces, they even began to collect information on Lin Xian. Ask the Silver Corpse Saint King from the Yellow Spring Palace. Have you gathered any information about that brat? A figure appeared and said in a low voice, reporting to the Saint King, we've collected some. This kid was called Sword Maniac. His background was unknown, and he didn't know which sect he belonged to. However, he was very powerful. After coming to the heavenly wind world, he killed the 9-headed Qilin and then killed many experts from the great Desolation Mansion. Even a holy venerate had died at his hands. We speculate that he is very likely a holy venerate who is hiding his cultivation. Other than that, he had a good relationship with deep-sea palaces, Guan, Songhai. He had even helped Murong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu. We suspect that he is related to Peerless City. Moreover, his super skills had the dragon's voice. We suspect that he is related to the dragon race. Hearing this, the Silver Corpse Saint King's eyes flickered. The surrounding elders furrowed their brows tightly. This person was very strange. Where did he come from? One of the elders said, I guess that he might be a hunter as well. He was secretly trained by the Holy City. Could he be trained by Peerless City? It's very likely. Be careful, he might target us next. Sacred King, should we take action? Or should we change our strategy? Said the Peerless Sacred King, coldly. Follow the original plan. Send someone to keep an eye on this brat. I don't care if he is secretly trained by Peerless City. I must get rid of him. Once there is a chance, let our hunters go and kill this brat. An operation to target Lin Xian was secretly underway. Lin Xian naturally knew that the other holy cities would definitely take notice of him after he displayed his strength as a sacred venerate. They might even start to investigate his identity and background. Therefore, he had to take action again to make things more complicated. Next, he would not only target Akron Palace and Great Desolate Mansion, Thousand Demon City, Thunder God City, Myriad Sword Pavilion. He would take action against all the holy cities that had once gone against him. Those who had taken action against him were all defeated. As a result, he was very famous now. The sword fanatic's name started to spread. Heavens, what is wrong with this sword fanatic? Why did he take action against so many experts? Do you guys think that he might be a genius secretly nurtured by some power? That shouldn't be the case. Normally, a hunter would have a specific target. It shouldn't be so big. He would cause public anger. Sure enough, everyone was discussing among themselves. Even the people from Acheron Palace were puzzled. Damn it. Could it be that they had guessed wrongly? Let's ignore that brat for now, said the Silver Corpse Sacred King, coldly. Lung Pao was killed and an elder attacked. This has already caused our reputation to fall very quickly. Now, no one is optimistic about us. We have to fight a battle to raise the reputation of Acheron Palace. Yes, we know. This is the arrangement. Those elders nodded quickly. Indeed, they were not ordinary holy cities. They were the hosts of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. They were the hosts. If they did not perform well, it would be a slap to their faces. Therefore, they had to win the upcoming battle. They had to win beautifully. Soon, a young figure walked up. He was from the younger generation, and he was less than 1,500 years old. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the Holy Sovereign Realm. He was much stronger than Lung Pao. With him taking action, they would definitely win. Moreover, this was a signal. It meant that Acheron Palace wanted to regain their reputation. The other holy cities would give them face. Therefore, the people from Acheron Palace were not too worried. It was Shuang. Many people exclaimed when they saw the person walking out. I know this person. He is very strong. He will definitely win the competition. That's for sure. Acheron Palace is going to show off. Shui Ying snorted coldly. The aura of Acheron Palace and terrifying blood-red light shone from his body. He wanted to suppress everyone. However, at this moment, the appearance of a figure caused the atmosphere of the entire scene to become tense again. Many people even screamed. Heavens, it can't be right? Did I see wrongly? That's right. It's that person. He actually appeared again. Damn. Is he going to fight to the death with Acheron Palace? Chapter 42:21. Screams could be heard as they realized that Lin Xian had entered the arena again. Shui Ying's face darkened, and so did the people from Acheron Hall. Damn it, it's that brat again. Does he want to die? Some of the elders gritted their teeth in anger. The Silver Corpse Saint King opened his eyes as well. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Going against him, he was courting death. Sage King, don't worry. Shui Ying was definitely stronger than Lung Pao. Hence, he would not lose this battle. That is, no one can go against our Acheron Hall. Lin Wudi was such a genius. Wasn't he the same? Had he fallen? Anyone who goes against us will go to hell. Shui Ying's face darkened. Brat, it's you again. All right, I wanted to kill you anyway. Since you're here, I'll take revenge for Lung Pao. I'll use your blood to pay tribute to his spirit. What's there to pay tribute to a lonely soul? If you're worried, I can send you to hell. I'll accompany him. Lin Xian sneered. Back then, Silver Corpse Sage King had wanted to kill him. This time, he would let Silver Corpse Sage King know what pain was. He would kill the experts from Acheron Hall one by one. He would let Silver Corpse Sage King see the geniuses that he had nurtured fall in front of him. What a sharp-tongued brat. I admit that you're powerful. However, Lung Pao lost because he was careless. My strength is far above Lung Pao's. Hence, you have no chance of winning against me. Is that so? Lin Xian shook his head. You're too arrogant. I wanted to let you use one hand, but it seems like I don't need to anymore. The people around were going crazy when they heard this. Let me use one hand. What a joke. Shui Ying was famous for his coldness and killing. His reputation was terrifying even among the holy venerables. Indeed, Shui Ying smiled coldly when he heard this. You're really courting death. I don't know what you're relying on, but it's all over now. Boom! A blood-red rainbow instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. With a palm strike, a blood-red sword slashed down from the sky. The aura emitted from it was extremely cold, causing the eyelids of the surrounding sacred venerates to twitch. although this blood eagle was less than 1,500 years old. He was even more terrifying than some experts who were more than 2,000 years old. This was a true expert, a genius. Lin Xian struck out with the azure dragon seal to contend with it, and the two collided, tearing apart heaven and earth. Then, the two figures quickly retreated. They stood at two different sides of the arena. Lin Xian laughed. "You keep saying that you're strong, but from the looks of it, you're just SOSO. He was a little stronger than the cold-robed trash from before, but not by much. Shui Ying's face turned cold. To be honest, he could sense that the other party was not a sacred venerate. However, the other party's physique and strength were not any weaker than a Saint Venerable's. It was strange. He guessed that this kid must have some special body tempering method, or perhaps it was a special kind of physique. Kid, you must have some special physique and bloodline that can make your physique comparable to a sacred venerable's. It's really rare. However, you're still a puny sacred venerable. A true sacred venerable not only had a strong physique, but also surpassed a small saint in terms of soul, divine ability, and law. So, I'll let you see the power of a true sacred venerable." The law of blood and the law of yellow spring spread out from his body, forming two weapons in his hands. The yellow spring blood spear. The two short spears had a cold sharpness, like the fangs of an ancient savage beast. It was abnormally terrifying. As soon as the two weapons appeared, an extremely terrifying cold storm swept out in all directions. This caused those experts to frown. In the distance, Xun Jingqiu looked at the scene, feeling worried. On the other side, Murong Qingqing of Kunlun Pavilion's eyes flickered. Obviously, they knew how powerful Blood Eagle was. As soon as the short spears appeared, Blood Eagle grasped them, and the aura on his body became more terrifying than before. He waved them gently. It was as if he could reach the four heavens. The yellow spring gushed out. Under his feet, the water of the yellow spring spread out, covering the entire arena. In the next moment, his body merged with the water of the yellow spring, and he appeared behind Lin Xian in an instant. The short spears in his hands stabbed out fiercely. The void was torn apart. This attack was aimed at Lin Xian's back. If he was stabbed, he would definitely be seriously injured. A pair of dark golden wings appeared behind Lin Xian's back, and an endless storm rose, turning into wind blades and heavenly sabers, slashing towards the space behind him. The void behind him shattered in an instant as he clashed with the other party. A sonorous sound rang out, and endless flames appeared in all directions. Lin Xian was using the Winged Dragon Clan's unique skill. Coupled with his law of wind, it was truly incomparably sharp. The moment they exchanged blows, it was earth-shattering. With the law of wind and lightning, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. On the other side, Blood Eagle was not a speed expert, but with the water of the yellow spring, he could appear anywhere in the yellow spring at will. It could be said that his movement technique was unpredictable, like a messenger from hell. In an instant, the two exchanged hundreds of blows. This happened in the blink of an eye. The surrounding people were shocked. Those from the Acheron Hall were also nervous. Damn it, this person was more powerful than they had imagined. He wondered if the Blood Eagle would be able to withstand it. This sword maniac was really powerful. He could exchange so many blows with Blood Eagle. This time he would not create another miracle, right? Discussions broke out one after another. The corner of Guan Songhai's mouth curled up into a smile when he saw this. Although he had not known Lin Xian for long, he knew that Lin Xian's strength was very terrifying. He had even created many miracles. It should not be a problem to defeat Blood Eagle. On the other side, in the space where the Limitless sect was, Chao Tianxing looked into the distance with flickering eyes. "Let me see how much your strength has grown while you've been gone." Obviously, he already knew Lin Xian's identity. He was looking forward to seeing Lin Xian. On the field, the two fought fiercely. Everywhere they passed, there was not a single space that was intact. Blood Eagle's face turned completely cold. Not being able to take down his opponent after hundreds of blows was already a slap to his face. He was a truly powerful sacred master, so he was ready to launch a sure-kill attack. Blood Fog, Death of the Yellow Spring. As his voice fell, the law of the Yellow Spring filled the short spike in his hand. Endless blood gushed out. A terrifying killing intent shook the heavens and the earth. Not good. This was a unique skill. The combination of two laws could increase the power of the attack by several times. Perhaps no one of the same level could withstand this attack. At this moment, many people were worried about Lin Xian. Chapter 42:22. Lin Xian's eyes also burst out with a piercing cold light. He took a deep breath, and the great dragon's sword soul in his body roared. He used the dragon clan's breathing technique, and a terrifying aura filled the air, as if the ancient divine dragon between heaven and earth had been resurrected. Because when the surrounding people felt this aura, all of their expressions changed. Heavens, what a terrifying aura! What kind of bloodline did this kid have? At this moment, the expressions of the people from the three great dragon clans also changed drastically. They realized that the Dragon Dao aura that Lin Xian displayed was even stronger than before. Could it be that this kid was from the Emperor clan, the nest of 10,000 dragons? Under everyone's shocked gazes, the laws on Lin Xian's body quickly condensed. It formed Sword Qi, accompanied by a cold voice. Sword Kinesis Technique. The Sword Kinesis Technique of the Sword Dragon clan was already very powerful. At this moment, when it was used by Lin Xian, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. As tens of thousands of Sword Qi fell, the entire world was completely broken apart. It couldn't withstand those Sword Qi at all. It collided with the other party's divine ability. A violent explosion sounded, as if tens of thousands of demonic beasts were fighting in the sky. That terrifying aura made everyone's scalp go numb. Even some powerful Saint Venerables became incomparably solemn at this moment. So strong it was simply a battle between dragons and tigers. They didn't know who would win in the end. Discussions sounded one after another. Then they saw two figures emerge from the shattered branches that filled the sky. One was surrounded by sword light, like a sword god, and was unstoppable. The other was surrounded by the aura of the Yellow Spring and Shuai. He kept retreating, shattering the void. Was the Blood Eagle pushed back? Heavens, he was even injured. Everyone saw that every time Shuai retreated, a crack would appear on his body. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed. How was this possible? The eyes of the experts from the Yellow Spring Hall almost popped out. Shuai was an expert that they had carefully selected to turn the tide. But now he was actually suppressed by someone, and it was by that detestable kid from before. It was really hard for them to be confident. Lin Xian looked at the disheveled figure, and a cold smile appeared on his face. You are nothing more than this. The Acheron Palace is nothing more than this. The surrounding people felt as if they had gone crazy. Countless cries of surprise rang out. At this moment, not only the heavenly wind world, but also the surrounding worlds, the outer regions, and even the distant starry skies. In countless star realms, the people who were watching through the array formations were all stunned. This young man actually dared to say such arrogant words. This was no longer just aimed at Shuai. Instead, it was a slap to the entire Acheron Hall's face. The other party was provoking the holy city. When the people from the Acheron Hall heard this, their faces turned ashen. Killing intent surged from their bodies. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and kill the other party. Shuai's face was also ferocious. He would not allow himself to be defeated like this. Roar! With a roar, an extremely frightening cold aura emanated from his body. In the next moment, his body began to change. Two types of precepts intertwined on his body. His body was completely enveloped by the picture of the underworld and became abnormally cold. A pair of blood-red wings appeared on his back. At this moment, it was as if he had really turned into an Azura that had walked out from hell. Brat, you should be proud of yourself for being able to make me reach this step. Shui Ying's voice rang out between heaven and earth. The surrounding people turned serious. Someone exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary Acheron blood spirit body?" This was also a type of super strong physique. It was very famous. Who would have thought that Shui Ying would be able to refine it? Did he use his final trump card? The people from the Acheron Hall heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Shui Ying would not be defeated. Shui Ying's face was incomparably cold. The killing intent on his body was not concealed at all. How could he possibly lose to a little saint? How could he possibly lose to a little saint? For someone as prideful as him, this was completely unbearable. Therefore, he had to use his final trump card to kill the other party. Oh, a super strong physique? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He indeed felt that the strength of the other party's physique had far surpassed the previous one. However, he did not care at all. Looks like you still haven't given up. Since that's the case, I'll make you truly despair. Speaking of this, Lin Xian's aura changed again. The sword qi disappeared and was replaced by a violent aura. It was as if a supreme king had shrouded the entire area. Next, he was going to use the tiger demon fist. Buzz! Shui Ying sneered. He stepped on the soles of his feet and soared into the sky, flying forward. After using his super strong physique, he wanted to engage in close combat with the other party. He wanted to tear the other party apart with his own hands. Lin Xian did not dodge. He also rushed forward. It seemed like he wanted to engage in close combat. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to physique. The surrounding people were stunned. It can't be. The two of them want to engage in close combat? Shui Ying relied on his super strong physique to engage in close combat. That sword maniac should be an expert in sword Dao. However, his physique shouldn't be too strong in close combat. Is he going to give up his advantage now? The crowd was puzzled. The people from the Acheron Hall also snorted. What a stupid kid. Let's see how he's going to die next. When Shui Ying saw this, he also smiled coldly. He did not know what was good for him. He stretched out his palm. Acheron palm. The Acheron Dao diagram in his palm flickered continuously. When he struck out with his palm, the powerful force directly pierced through the void. At this moment, the entire world shook violently. Tiger demon fist? Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a roar. His palm suddenly turned black, like a black tiger. There were extremely terrifying Dao runes flickering on it. The tiger demon fist came from the mysterious world of Green Hill Cave. Previously, there was a palm that swept through everything. It was extremely powerful. Lin Xian's cultivation of the tiger demon fist should be related to the long black hand. At this moment, his right hand was also incomparably black and emitted a strange light. A ferocious aura of a king emerged from it. The first style of the tiger demon fist, Army Destroyer. When the fist struck out, it became the only thing in the world. A deafening sound rang out. Everyone was stunned. The scene froze again. The incomparably powerful Shui Ying, who displayed his super strong physique, was penetrated by a punch. After a long time, the crowd exclaimed, "It can't be. Shui Ying's physique was destroyed. It can't be. That's the Acheron blood spirit body. That punch just now was too terrifying. It could definitely destroy a world. What kind of fist technique was that?" Exclamations and discussions sounded one after another. Blood Eagle's eyes were wide open. His original arrogance had turned into fear. He had already used his strongest trump card, but he still could not do anything to his opponent. He could not even block a punch from his opponent. Was the gap between them that big? Chapter 42:23. This scene caused an uproar in the world. Those from the Acheron Hall stood up and roared at the sky. "Damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. They must be crazy." Those around them took a deep breath. It seemed like they had to reevaluate this person called Sword Maniac. His strength was far beyond their imagination. Lei Shencheng and those from the myriad demon city looked solemn, while those from the great desolate mansion looked on with flickering eyes. One of the Taoists had a cold expression. He was Huang Shishan. He said coldly, "A rising star with decent strength, but he's no match for me. My opponents are only Fu Hongye and a few others." He was extremely domineering. On the other side, Wan Jianni from the myriad sword pavilion was glaring coldly. "Sword Maniac, you better not meet me. Otherwise, I'll let you know who's the real sword Dao expert." Discussions broke out one after another. Those from the Acheron Hall were clenching their teeth so hard that they were about to break. The Silver Corpse Sage King's eyes were also filled with killing intent, but he said coldly, "Let's not bother about him. Don't worry about this brat for now. He's too sharp. Sooner or later, someone will kill him. Let's adjust our strategy." The elders under him began to adjust their strategy. On the other side, Lin Xian left the arena. He didn't target the Acheron Hall in the next few battles. However, Lei Shencheng and the myriad demon city were suppressed. Those who died in Lin Xian's hands were in trouble. Many of them were gnashing their teeth, wishing they could kill Lin Xian. At this moment, the sword qi on Lin Xian's body was getting stronger and stronger. A ray of light fell from the sky like an immortal light. It turned into a scroll with the names of all the participants carved on it. Those who failed turned grayish-white, while the others emitted a golden glow. The ranking was based on the number of victories. The higher the ranking, the more victories one had. Lin Xian, the sword maniac, was also on the ranking. Countless people looked up to him. Most of the people ranked at the top were sacred venerables, and they were all very powerful sacred venerables. For example, Fu Hongye and the others were at the top of the ranking. Wan Jianni and the others were slightly behind. However, someone exclaimed at this moment. This was because they discovered that another person's name had changed in an instant, and he had directly rushed to the front. He had achieved dazzling results. 9 heads Qilin. How did his battle record become so powerful? That's right. Previously, he only had 10 hearts. Now he actually has 30 stars. Everyone cried out in surprise. They realized that the 9-headed Qilin had won a match, and that person had 30 stars. He had won 30 matches in a row. To think that he would lose to the 9-headed Qilin right now. The 30 perfect victories that he represented were all given to 9-headed Qilin. What's going on? Being able to win 30 matches in a row was enough to show that that person was very powerful. This was definitely a saint venerable. But to think that he would lose to the 9-headed Qilin. Unbelievable. Although 9-headed Qilin was also a genius, he was only a peak minor saint. Could it be that he was also a powerful dark horse? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw this, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Dark horse? What a joke. The 9-headed Qilin might be strong, but it wasn't his turn to shine in the holy heavens. According to Lin Xian's guess, the person who fought with the 9-headed Qilin should be an expert that was secretly groomed by the 1,000 Demon City. This expert purposely gave his battle record to the 9-headed Qilin, wanting to push him to the peak and make everyone look up to him. Artificially created battle records? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Indeed, some of the holy cities had started to use despicable methods. The other holy cities naturally understood this point. Therefore, after this incident, several holy cities adopted this method. After all, this was the purpose of secretly grooming people. For example, Wan Jianni had won 2 matches in a row. The 2 people that he had defeated were both people who had a record of 30 consecutive victories. Hence, he now had a record of 60 consecutive victories. His ranking instantly rose by a large margin, and he was now among the top geniuses of the previous generation. He wasn't far from Fu Hongye, Huang Shishan, and the others. Countless people started to congratulate him, and many of them laughed. The ninth young master was indeed powerful and talented. If this continued, his future achievements would be limitless. That's right. The ninth young master was still a small saint. Once he became a sacred sovereign, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. We would have to rely on the ninth young master in the future. These people were all followers of the ninth young master. The nine-headed Qilin laughed after hearing this. He was like a supreme, immortal god. Everyone looked up to him. However, at this moment, a cold and mocking voice was heard. Do you really think you're a big shot? Why don't you think about how you got your battle record? Do you think you have the face to stand in that position? As soon as the voice was heard, everyone's expression changed. Although they knew that there must be something going on, they didn't dare to say it out loud. But no one dared to say it out loud. Wouldn't that be slapping the demon city's face? As expected, the faces of the people from the 1,000 demon city darkened. The nine-headed Qilin snorted coldly. Who dares to talk about me behind my back? Get out here. Let's see if I don't kill you. Is that so? Are you that powerful? I'm right here. Try and kill me. On an empty arena, Lin Xian walked up and looked at the nine-headed Qilin. Come on, ninth young master. Your ranking is so high that it's way higher than mine. I'm going to challenge you now. Do you dare? When the surrounding people saw this, they were stunned, because they realized that the person who came up was the sword fanatic. Heavens, is this death god here again? It can't be. Didn't he go against the Acheron Hall previously? Is he here to slap the 1,000 demon cities' face now? Can he really leave alive after offending so many saint cities? You guys don't know this, right? This sword fanatic killed the nine-headed Qilin when he first came to the heavenly wind world. Now, he's here purely to suppress the nine-headed Qilin. What? Is there such a thing? The crowd was shocked and started discussing. When the nine-headed Qilin saw the other party, his face turned ugly. Damn it, he would never forget this person. This was the person who killed him. To think that he would dare to come out now. Damn it. The nine-headed Qilin gritted his teeth. The eyes of the other powerful people from the 1,000 demon city lit up. This is great. This is a good chance. Let's kill him quickly. Some people stood up. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. Why, nine-headed Qilin, you don't dare to come out. Since you don't dare to, you can kowtow to me and beg for mercy. If I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. Lin Xian's voice was unusually loud and clear. It spread across the world. Even the people at the extraterritorial stand heard it. They took in a deep breath. Isn't this too arrogant? The nine-headed Qilin snorted and gritted his teeth. Your battle record is too low. I can't be bothered to fight with you. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. My record is low? Yes, I only have a 20-match winning streak now, but so what? This record was won by my own hands, match after match. Among them, there are more than 10 Saint Venerables who died in my hands. What about you? What battle record do you have? Don't you know how many battles you've won? The person who lost to you is a secret expert of the 1,000 Demon City, right? He pretended to lose to you. Do you really think that you're a top expert? Chapter 40, 224. Lin Xian's words were filled with disdain. Nine-headed Qilin almost vomited blood when he heard it. The others were shocked when they heard it as well. The people from Demon City snorted. Do you want to die? We'll make sure you die a horrible death today. They were furious because this was something that every holy city had silently agreed to. However, Lin Xian did not know what was good for him. Since he did not follow the rules, there was no need for him to exist. The other experts from the holy city had cold, killing intent in their eyes. They also felt that this was a good opportunity to kill Lin Xian because his winning streak was not very high. He had only won 20 matches. However, half of them were obtained by killing Saint Sovereigns. In other words, the Saint Sovereigns from the Holy City were killed by Lin Xian the moment they attacked. If such a person did not go out, more Saint Sovereigns would fall in the future. The people from Great Desolation Mansion had also lost 2 Saint Sovereigns. Hence, Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Someone gritted his teeth and said, "Send out our hunters to kill this kid. I don't want to see him again." The other elders also nodded. However, at this moment, a figure stood out. "I don't think we need to do anything. This kid is not ordinary. Let Demon City deal with him." Hearing this, the elders turned their heads. When they saw the figure, they frowned. "Nine Nether, this is not your style of speaking." This man was called Nine Nether. He was very powerful. His original form was an earth dragon. He said, "I know this person. He is more terrifying than you can imagine." "Oh, you know him? Tell us, who is he?" These people were shocked. Until now, they still did not know the identity of this sword maniac. Nine Nether said, "I don't know who he is, but I have seen him in the Grotto Heaven test. He passed the test and entered the vast Grotto Heaven. He can be considered a top genius." "What? He can enter the secret realm created by the vast Grotto Heaven?" The surrounding people were stunned. This secret realm was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Only top geniuses could enter. For example, Nine Nether had entered. No wonder this sword maniac was so terrifying. He was an expert of this level. Some of the elders took a deep breath. If that was the case, it would not be easy to get rid of this sword maniac. At the very least, it had to be an expert at Nine Nether's level, and there was a risk involved. Therefore, they nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let the people from the myriad demon city make a move." At the same time, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion Limitless sect and the others also received the news. Among them, Wan Jianyi said, "Old Zhang, don't worry. Although he has also joined that Grotto Heaven, I am not afraid." That was because all the top experts had already become Saint Venerables after coming out, but the other party had not. This shows that his talent is no match for mine. Even if he's lucky enough to not die this time, as long as he meets me, he'll definitely lose. On the Demon City side, Nine Heads Qilin didn't even enter the arena. No matter how arrogant he was, he didn't dare to because he knew that he didn't have the strength to face the other party. Therefore, he would not let the other party continue to live and be arrogant. They sent out a secretly trained expert who was also a hunter. It was a mysterious figure in a blue robe. He came to the arena, and the blue saber in his hand emitted a piercingly cold light. After coming up, he did not say a word and directly charged towards Lin Xian. With a slash of the saber, the terrifying laws were vast and mighty. It was like a vast ocean, causing the wind and clouds in all directions to change. What a terrifying saber technique! The surrounding spectators' expressions changed when they sensed the terror of this saber. Obviously, this was also an expert, and a Saint Venerable expert at that. Lin Xian sneered. "Nine-headed Qilin, you're really useless. You don't even have the courage to come up. Forget it, then you're not worthy of being my opponent at all. As for this person, he should be a hunter from the myriad demon city. Want to kill me? But that's impossible." He snorted coldly. Lightning surged from his body and surged over from all directions, turning into a huge lightning tiger. It stood indomitable and charged towards the saber light in the sky. As soon as he came up, he used the tiger demon fist. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. The saber light collided with the phantom of the demonic tiger, tearing apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the next moment, the saber directly split the phantom of the tiger, and then fiercely slashed towards Lin Xian. This person is so terrifying. His strength is above the sword fanatics. It's over. It seems that this sword fanatic is really in danger this time. That's for sure. He recklessly went against the sacred city. His ending will definitely be very miserable. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Lin Xian sneered. Have they sent out an even stronger person? He clenched the tiger demon fist and quickly rushed forward. Boom! 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 The army destroyer struck out, causing heaven and earth to tremble. It directly shattered the light. Then he charged forward and continuously collided with the opponent's saber. Every collision, it was like a lightning tribulation. The killing intent in the blue-robed man's eyes was really terrifying. His saber technique was extremely terrifying. Every slash could split open a world. He and Lin Xian entered the battle. The two of them exchanged more than 30 moves and were evenly matched. Suddenly, at this moment, the blue-robed man revealed a sinister smile and changed his saber technique. Endless blue laws erupted from the saber technique and swept towards Lin Xian. Sea Demon Saber. As his cold voice fell, a blue saber light slashed down from the sky. When it came to Lin Xian's side, it suddenly split open. The violent aura of destruction filled heaven and earth. At this moment, countless large cracks appeared in the entire world and spread towards the surroundings. What a terrifying destructive power! This was a slash of destruction. Countless people gasped. They felt that the sword fanatic couldn't block this attack at all. Morong Ching Ching. They were also nervous. Damn it. The speed of the change in the saber was really beyond everyone's expectations. Even Guan Tsong Hai revealed a look of worry. On the other side, Nine Nether, Wan Jinny, and the others revealed a cold smile. It should be settled. As expected, he couldn't be compared to them. Chao Tiansheng looked at this scene calmly. The blue storm in front of him gradually disappeared. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared. However, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw the scene. Could it be that he was killed? The beasts of the monster city also snorted coldly. Needless to say, he must have been killed. Moreover, his heart and soul were destroyed. Not even a drop of blood was left. This was the result of going against the monster city. Countless people's faces instantly turned pale. He was too strong. The strength of the holy city was not something that a single person could provoke. The sword fanatic had already fallen. Chapter 42:25. Is it over? He's so weak that he can't even withstand a single blow. The blue-robed man sneered as he sheathed his saber. He turned around and was about to leave when he froze in the next moment. The reason for that was because he could sense a strange energy appearing in the air. The smiles on the faces of the people around him froze. What's going on? What's that energy? They frantically looked around, and the next thing they saw was a bolt of lightning tearing through the void and walking out of the shattered space. A dragon's roar that sent shivers down one's spine could be heard. At the same time, a cold voice could be heard. The show has just begun, and you want to leave? How is that possible? Countless people were dumbfounded when they saw that. The people of Demon City exclaimed, "It's that kid. He's still alive. No way. The Saint Sovereign should have been killed by that saber. How could he have survived? This energy is the energy of a dragon. Could he be from the dragon tribe? What's going on?" The people around him discussed among themselves as they looked at the dragon tribe in the distance. The people of the 3 dragon tribes also had strange expressions on their faces. To be honest, they did not know who the other party was. However, they did not believe that such a weak attack could kill the sword maniac. After all, he was the one who had obtained the azure dragon horn. Is he still alive? Even many of the Saint Kings were shocked. To be honest, they had made a mistake in their judgment. What a mysterious person. Louis West Sage King was shocked. The Silver Corpse Sage King's face turned cold. The Soaring Sage King's face darkened as well. He sent a voice transmission and gave the order to kill. On the other hand, the Peerless Sage King smiled. He finally knew who the person was. Indeed, his junior brother had come. He did not reveal his true identity immediately, but hid himself to fight against the sacred cities. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. He's still alive? Wan, Jinny, Nine Nether, and the others' faces turned ugly. Damn it. They had mocked the other party for being weak and unworthy of being their opponent. But now, they had made a mistake in their judgment. It was a slap to their faces. This made them very unhappy. The blue-robed man's eyes narrowed. He was very confident in the power of his saber. He didn't believe that there was anyone who could stop him. Even if there was, it couldn't be the person in front of him. However, the other party had survived, and the aura on his body had become even stronger than before. Could it be that the other party wasn't injured before? When he thought of this possibility, his heart was in turmoil. Could it be that he had a top-grade saint artifact for defense? Damned brat, what did you do just now? Was it a Saint King level weapon? You're cheating. The blue-robed man let out a roar, and the others were also in an uproar. The eyes of the people from the demon city lit up. Yes, that's right, he was cheating. He was asking the referee elder to probe his defense. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Could it be that the other party had really used a Saint King level weapon to defend himself? Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed. I cheated? Truly despicable and shameless. It's fine if your myriad demon city is despicable, but now you actually want to throw dirty water on me. Very well. Let's invite the 3 judging elders. In the sky, 3 elders appeared, and they were divided into 3 sides. Their expressions were incomparably cold. To be honest, they were still very resistant towards Lin Xian. After all, one of the judging elders had already been killed because of Lin Xian. Therefore, when facing the other party, they were very careful. Lin Xian said, Dare I ask the 3 judging elders? Just now, did you sense a Saint King level aura? The 3 of them looked at each other, and then one of the elders said coldly, We didn't sense it. The other 2 nodded. They also didn't sense a Saint King level aura. Thank you for upholding justice, Lin Xian said with his fists clasped. Then he revealed a smile. You heard it. I didn't use any Saint King level saint artifact. You're just too confident in yourself. You think you can hurt me with your strength? What a joke. I'm not someone you can imagine. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a hint of arrogance. This scene made the blue-robed man vomit blood. Damn it, how could it be? Was the other party's strength already so strong? Damn it, I don't believe it. Blue Ocean one blade. The blue-robed man suddenly slashed out with his long blade. With a clang between heaven and earth, crazy laws descended. It turned into an even more terrifying blade light. Earlier, it had been a destructive blade light. However, at that moment, it was extremely sharp. It was capable of slicing anything in half. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, and he stretched out his palm. It turned black again. Tiger Demon Fist, second style, sky-shattering. As soon as his voice fell, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Countless large cracks spread out in all directions with him as the center. It was as if the world was about to end. This scene was really too terrifying, even more terrifying than the previous blade. Suddenly, the blue blade light in the sky was covered by the cracks, and there was a cracking sound. Then it was torn apart. Was the peerless blade broken? Countless people were in an uproar. No one expected Lin Xian to be so strong after showing his true strength. How could this be? I must be dreaming. The blue-robed man's pupils shrank. He knew the power of this blade. Even if Lin Xian could block it, he would be injured. However, the other party had easily broken through the set. Why are you shocked? Surprised? Lin Xian sneered. Don't worry. The more shocking part is yet to come. Speaking of this, he took a deep breath and threw out a punch. Tiger Demon Fist. Third style, soul suppression. Another punch was thrown out, and the black fist seemed to have turned into a black tiger. It roared between heaven and earth, and the aura it emitted distorted the void. Feeling this terrifying power surging towards him, the blue-robed man's pupils shrank. Damn it, he frantically retreated, but he realized that it was too late. He could only passively resist, and the long blade in his hand was used to the extreme. Streaks of saber light shot out one after another. Each of them was as terrifying as the heavenly lightning. Thousands of them danced wildly in the sky, slashing towards the sky. The momentum was mighty. It was incomparable. I don't believe that I can't cut it. He roared at the sky, as if he was going to open the sky. Boom, boom, boom. However, the tiger demon fist was really too terrifying. It could really suppress everything. The blade lights that filled the sky were all shattered. A shadow of a ferocious tiger pressed down on the blue-robed man. No, the blue-robed man's pupils shrank. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. In the next moment, he was directly enveloped by the tiger phantom. Boom! The entire ancient arena let out a violent roar, and countless cracks appeared around the arena, spreading towards the surroundings. At this moment, the arena was almost split apart, but it endured in the end. The surrounding people were blasted away by the storm of laws, and each of them held up their holy domains to resist crazily. Chapter 42:26. When everything disappeared, everyone looked carefully. In the next moment, they saw that there was at least a shadow of a black tiger that suppressed everything. Below it was a seahorse that was close to 1,000 meters long. At this moment, it was crushed into two halves. Blue blood dyed the ground red. The blue-robed man's true form was actually a seahorse. It was unbelievable. Damn it, how could it be? The people of Demon City looked terrible. Many of them stood up and roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What? You finally showed your true form. You still dare to say that you're not from Demon City? Damn it, the seahorse kept roaring and trying to break free from the seal. However, it was suppressed. The people of Demon City were also roaring. Damn it, let go of him. Lin Xian glanced at them and said, So you admit that he's from Demon City? The people around were also shocked. That can't be right. This guy didn't come from Demon City. I remember that he walked out from the crowd. Yeah, he didn't emit any demonic chi from the beginning. He hid it well. I thought he was a human expert. That means he's really from Demon City. And it seems like he was secretly trained. Demon City actually hid such an expert. What's their purpose? Could it be that he's really a legendary hunter? Exclamations and discussions could be heard. The people of Demon City looked terrible. They all came back. An elder snorted coldly. He told the young geniuses to shut up. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Why aren't you roaring anymore? Don't you want to save his life? Kid, what are you trying to do? Finally, an elder stood up and said coldly. Lin Xian said, It's simple. I just want to know what's the relationship between him and Demon City. All right, I can tell you that he's from Demon City. However, we didn't plan to let him participate. So he hid his identity and came here secretly. We didn't know about it before. Now that I've told you his identity, you can let him go. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people were in an uproar. This person really was an expert from the Demon City. Lin Xian chuckled when he heard this. Very good, he finally admitted it. He waved his hand, and the black tiger phantom roared and tore the seahorse's body into pieces. Even its soul was swallowed by the tiger. The huge body shattered and disappeared. Damn it, you actually dared to kill him. The elder of the 1,000 Demon City was furious, and his body emitted boundless cold, killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? He killed me, so why wouldn't I kill him? Did I promise you that I wouldn't kill him? Damn, the 1,000 Demon City elder was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He realized that Lin Fan really didn't say anything, which meant that he had been conned. Damned brat, just you wait. If there's a chance, I definitely won't let you off. Are you threatening me? Very well, I'm going to go against you guys today. If any of you from the 10,000 goblins dare to come out, I will kill you. I want to see what qualifications you have to threaten me today. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold killing intent. The soaring sky Saint King was one of those who had participated in the hunt for him back then. How could he let the 1,000 Demon City off? Lin Xian's voice was extremely cold, so cold that it caused everyone's scalps to go numb. The 1,000 Demon City elder snorted coldly. How could this brat control the competition? Therefore, They did not care about this at all. However, they soon realized that they had been mistaken. The other party had grasped the laws of wind and thunder, and his speed was extremely fast. No matter who it was, as long as it was someone from the Thousand Demon City, they would definitely be killed. The opponent immediately went up to the arena and killed his opponent as quickly as possible. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, 8 powerful beings from the Thousand Demon City had died in the hands of the other party. Among them, there were even 2 saints. This caused the Thousand Demon City to go crazy and their hearts to bleed. The soaring sky Saint King's eyes shone with a piercing blade light as he glared at Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian was shattering continuously. He could feel the might of the Saint King. Why? Was the Saint King about to strike out? Come on then. Didn't you 3 Saint Kings join forces to kill Lin Wudy before? Since you can kill a genius once, you can continue to do whatever you want. Lin Xian's voice resonated throughout the entire universe. Come at me. Lin Xian's voice resonated throughout the universe. The soaring sky Saint King's face turned cold. He snorted coldly and retracted his gaze. On the other side, the silver corpse Saint King's face was also ugly. Damn it, I can't let him continue to be arrogant. Old Zhang from the Thousand Demon City gritted his teeth. They asked who had the confidence to kill him. Everyone thought about it and shook their heads. To be honest, they did not have the confidence. However, at this moment, a figure walked out. I'll kill him. This person's voice was abnormally strong, and it carried a terrifying power. This was a demonic ape, an earth demonic ape with boundless strength. It was a mutated species of heaven and earth. His strength had reached the Saint realm. The soaring sky Saint King frowned slightly. According to the information we just received, this person is very strong. He had joined the Grotto Heavens test and even succeeded. I'm afraid his strength is not weaker than Wan Jinni and the others. Hearing this, the surrounding Thousand Demon City elders sucked in a breath of cold air. Was the other party so strong? No wonder he was able to kill so many experts. The earth demonic ape also frowned, but he still said, I have some confidence. After knowing that Lin Xian's situation was so terrifying, this guy still wanted to make a move. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. However, the Sage King shook his head. Don't make a move first. There's no need to reveal our trump cards in advance for this guy. Let's wait. Following this, the Thousand Demon City did not send out anyone. It was truly shocking. Could it be that the Thousand Demon City was afraid? One person was actually suppressing a saint city. If they did not see it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe. Lin Xian did not make a move either. In fact, he was staring at the Thousand Demon City. As long as the other party made a move, he would immediately make a move. Being entangled by such a person, the Thousand Demon City felt very sullen. They had probably become the joke of the universe. Damn it. Those people gritted their teeth. The soaring sky Saint King's eyes were also cold. To be honest, he thought that if they competed for the time being, the other party would tactfully leave and provoke the other saint cities. That way, they could send out people to fight. But from the looks of it, the other party was really going against them. He did not participate in any battles and only stared at them. It was useless no matter what he did. He really did not know what was good for him. Then I'll play with him. The soaring sky Saint King snorted coldly. He called Sikong Lai over and let him go. Hearing this, the elders were stunned. Was the Sage King going to use his trump card? No matter, he had to use it anyway. This was a difficult opponent. It was best to let Sikong Lai take action. This way, the world would know the consequences of offending me. Those elders nodded. Then they opened a spatial gate and walked in. Not long after, they came out. A young man followed behind them. This person had a pale face and was wearing a black robe. He had a cold smile on his face. His long and narrow eyes were shining. Is it my turn to go on stage so soon? Chapter 42, 27. This time, there's a reckless guy who dares to provoke us. He has already killed many saint sovereigns and has set his eyes on us. He has disgraced our sacred city. Go down and kill him. Hearing this, Sikong Lai was stunned. There's such a guy. Who is it? Fu Hongya Huang Shi-san? He frowned slightly. In his opinion, only such a person could give the sacred city such a headache. However, the elders shook their heads slightly. No, it's not him. That guy. He pointed at a figure in the distance. So young? Sikong Lai frowned slightly. The next moment he was even more stunned. Old man, are you sure? This guy isn't even a saint sovereign. Indeed, he isn't. However, he has already killed 4 of our saint sovereigns and 10 peak minor saints. All of them died in his hands. Do you think he's weak? Sikong Lai took a deep breath. He's so powerful. I finally know why I summoned him. I know. Leave it to me. Sikong Lai nodded. The next moment he floated forward. Look, someone from the demon city has come out again. It seems like they're not going to tolerate it anymore. Countless people exclaimed. Everyone's gazes shifted over. Lin Xian also flew up. Again, is he courting death? He landed on the arena, looked at the figure in front of him, and shook his head. Get lost. You're too young. You're no match for me. Kid, you're very arrogant. No one has ever dared to talk to me like that. However, you're too reckless. You'll die if I attack you. Then he rushed forward. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he threw out a punch that enveloped Sikong Lai. The next moment, Sikong Lai's body was blasted away with a thunderous sound. It can't be. He's killed in one move. The surrounding people were stunned. What's the demon city doing? Why did they send such a weak person? Could it be that they were planning to tire him out and exhaust his strength? The surrounding people were also discussing. Lin Xian was also stunned. It shouldn't be. What the hell is the demon city doing? The next moment he was stunned. The others exclaimed, Look, what's that? They saw that the body that had been split into 4 pieces did not die. Instead, it quickly reassembled, and then 4 figures stood up. Every one of them looked like Space-Time Hunter, and the other party had actually split into 4. Was it a doppelganger? Many people cried out in alarm. This wouldn't do either. This type of doppelganger couldn't resist at all. After the 4 of them came out in an instant, they charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted and threw out another punch. However, in the next moment, he was surprised to find that the strength of these 4 people was actually the same, blocking his attack. However, his power erupted and blasted the 4 of them away once again. This time, even more figures stood out. 4 of them were split in half. In other words, all 8 of them stood up. What was going on? A few Holy City elders cried out in alarm. This wasn't a clone, but rather a split. Every time his body was destroyed, he would be able to form a completely new body. Could it be that he was the Space Breaker Beast? When these words were spoken, the other elders were also shocked. They had long heard that there were thousands of demons in the 1,000 Demon City, and it was incomparably strange. Among them, there was a type of demon beast that had this kind of splitting ability called the Space Breaker Beast. Now it seemed that it was this person. The Space Breaker Beast could form a new body when its body was injured. It was simply immortal and indestructible. Indeed, it was basically impossible to kill it. As long as a bit of its flesh and blood left, it could completely grow and recover in an instant. Unless one's strength surpassed everything and could destroy the Space Breaker Beast completely, not leaving a single drop of blood. However, in order to do this, one had to be an extremely terrifying existence, at least a peak Saint Venerable or a Saint King. It was impossible for such a person to appear on this battlefield. For a moment, everyone cried out in alarm, not knowing how Lin Xian was going to block it. Lin Xian also frowned. A Space Breaker Beast, huh? The other party's bloodline was really strange. Sikong Lai revealed a smile and said, Useless brat, this will only increase my strength. Is that so? Of the 8 of you, One must be the main body. If I kill your main body, won't you die without a doubt? Lin Xian's eyes released a trace of shocking light. In the next moment, his gaze became very dim. However, he soon discovered that the 8 of them did not have a main body at all. Their main bodies and clones were all the same. This made him frown. They were exactly the same. Were there really no clones? Sikong Lai, who was opposite him, laughed loudly. How could this Brad have already found out? Indeed, any one of me can be the main body. What can you use to kill me? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. He was too strong. He was really immortal and indestructible. How could there be such an existence? Unless there was a heaven-defying difference in cultivation. However, Space-Time Lai was a saint venerable, and Lin Xian was only a small saint. The difference between the two could not be made up. Now that he had such a bloodline, it was impossible to defeat him. It seemed that the sword maniac had really lost this time. However, with the sword maniac strength, it was still possible for him to escape now. However, failure was inevitable. With this failure, the sword maniac would have the Spacebreaker beast to hunt him down in the future. He would be eliminated soon. Discussions sounded one after another. They did not expect the tables to turn. The sword maniac fell into a predicament so quickly. However, they still underestimated the determination of the Demon City. Not only did they want to defeat Lin Xian, but they also wanted to kill Lin Xian completely. In the arena, 8 space-time hunters moved, attacking Lin Xian from 8 directions. Lin Xian quickly dodged. However, 8 against 1, he could not dodge in the end. He could not easily use the void escape. Therefore, he had no choice but to slap out with his palm. The Azure Dragon Seal instantly sent a few of them flying, and new people appeared from the broken bodies. In the end, there were already hundreds of figures standing in the arena. Each of their auras was incomparably strong. It made people's scalps tingle. The more they fought, the stronger they became. How could they fight? Boy, tremble and despair. This is the result of daring to go against the Demon City. The space-time hunters walked over with a sinister smile. More than 100 figures covered the sky and earth. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Kill. With a roar, he formed a seal with his palms. Between heaven and earth, lightning filled the air, completely enveloping the entire space. He did not believe that he could not kill his opponent this time. Those people who were pierced by the lightning quickly changed, and in the end, there were more than 10 million of them. Damn it, even the lightning could not kill them. Lin Xian's face was completely gloomy. Now, it seemed that only the power of the great dragon's sword soul was left. However, if he could not hit him in one strike, it would be useless. After all, any body could continue to split, which meant that he had to think of a way. He had to kill them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Chapter 42:28. In everyone's opinion, Lin Xian was doomed. In fact, Lin Xian had indeed fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. However, he did not panic. At this moment, he was accumulating power. He wanted to kill all of his opponents in one fell swoop. Facing thousands of figures, he fought while retreating. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. However, a golden light flickered in his eyes. He was using his eye technique, but he was secretly using it. Moreover, it was not very powerful. He wanted to subtly influence his opponent's soul and not let his opponent discover it. Now that his opponent had the upper hand, he must be very arrogant. He wanted to make use of this point to make the other party extremely arrogant. He wanted to make his opponent completely crazy. As expected, seeing Lin Xian retreating, the corners of Sikong Lai's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Kid, go to hell. Thousands of figures all rushed over, directly enveloping Lin Xian. The entire arena was also completely covered. These figures seemed to have turned into locusts, lying on Lin Xian's body, and began to madly absorb Lin Xian's power to strengthen these figures. Lin Xian could not move. He felt his power being drained, but he smiled. Great, it's finally working. These people all rushed over without a care for anything else. In the next moment, the light flickered. The great dragon sword soul roared and countless sword chi formed a sword Tao world. It directly enveloped these people completely. Uft, uft, uft. In an instant, those figures were attacked and their bodies cracked. However, the sinister voice said, "It's useless. You can't kill me. You'll only make me more and more." Lin Xian did not say anything. He activated the great attack Sword Soul with all his strength and slashed wildly. Gradually, Space-Time Hunter's expression changed. Damn it, what's going on? He found that his figure had fallen into a pool of blood. Before he could reform a new body, he was killed again. Moreover, these sword chi carried a biting cold aura, which prevented those wounds from healing. He found that his figure was gradually decreasing. Damn it, his opponent still had such a biting cold sword chi. He wanted to retreat. However, he found that the entire sword Tao world had already enveloped everything. He had no way out. What shocked him even more was that his entire body had entered the sword to the world. Not a single part of him was left behind. How could this be? He couldn't believe it. No matter how arrogant he was, he would still be careful and leave one of them outside just in case. But now he didn't stay. This was too surprising. Damn it, what's going on? When he saw the strange light in Lin Xian's eyes, he knew he was in trouble. You used an eye technique on me. That's right. Looks like you're not that stupid. I did use an eye technique on you. Therefore, you won't be able to escape. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Space-Time Hunter roared. Since he had no way out, he could only fight with his back against the wall. Countless terrifying laws appeared on his body, and the remaining figures charged over together. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Everything was over. Endless sword chi exploded, and everything ended very quickly. Everyone was wiped out, and their blood was wiped out by him. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. At this moment, the terrifying space-breaker beast was completely slain by him. The spectators outside were also stunned when they saw the scene. They only saw countless figures pouncing toward Lin Xian. Then, sword chi surged out of Lin Xian's body, completely enveloping the entire arena. After that, they couldn't see anything. What battle had happened? How was it? The people from the demon city sneered. How dare you question the strength of the lashing spacebreaker beast? You really don't know what's good for you. Indeed, they weren't worried at all. Only those old monsters could kill the lashing spacebreaker beast. No one in the younger generation could do it. But when the sword chi that filled the sky disappeared, the surrounding people were stunned. What was going on? They found that there was only one person in the arena, and that was Lin Xian. Space-time rift, then where did he go? No way did he hide? Exclamations rang out. The people from the demon city were also shocked and doubtful. They roared, "Kid, where did you take Sikong Lai?" Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. He had already been sent to hell. What? That was impossible. Everyone was stunned. The people from the demon city were even more shocked. Soaring Sky Saint King also opened his eyes. His gaze was rarely seen in all directions as a huge soul pressure pressed down on them. It seemed that he was searching, but not long after, his expression became incomparably ugly. What was going on? He really couldn't sense Space-Time Lai's aura. Could it be that he was really killed by him? The 3 referee elders also descended from the sky and began to search the surroundings. Then they said that Space-Time Lai's life was unknown. This battle was won by the sword maniac. His life was unknown. Everyone gasped. That was a space-breaker beast. It could split into countless bodies. How could he disappear? Now that he wasn't here, there was only one possibility, and that was that he had been killed. Not even a drop of blood was left. Thinking of this possibility, everyone's scalps went numb. What method did this sword maniac use to be so powerful? Great! Murong Qing Cheng, Shen Jingqiu, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. Wan Jinny, also frowned. The other party's sword chi was so strange. As an expert of the sword Dao, he felt threatened. The people from the demon city were completely dumbfounded. "I'll fight it out with you." Many people rushed out. Lin Xian sneered. "Fine, I'll send you to hell together." These people stopped in midair. They didn't dare to fight with the other party at all. For a moment, they couldn't advance or retreat. They were in an abnormally sorry state. "A bunch of trash. You don't even have the courage to fight with me. Get lost." Lin Xian roared, looking disdainfully at the surroundings. Everyone came back. Soaring Sky Sage King shouted coldly. Everyone from the demon city came back. After that, they didn't make another move because this time they were truly frightened. Originally, even Soaring Sky Sage King thought that the Spacebreaker Beast's attack was absolutely foolproof. But now the Spacebreaker Beast was actually killed. Were they going to use a stronger trump card? They weren't confident. So for a period of time, the demon city seemed to be asleep. No one spoke and no one came out to fight. A man and a sword suppressed Xincheng's head. This was probably the first time in history. The surrounding demon cities, people also had a solemn expression. Until now, they still didn't know which force this person was from. However, the other party's methods were too terrifying. The demon city was actually scared. As for the other demon city, many people also died in the hands of the other party. However, everyone realized that the other party didn't attack all the demon city. Instead, he attacked a few specific demon city. Could it be that this person had a grudge with those demon city? In an instant, they thought of a possibility. That was that Peerless City had a grudge with those demon city. Only Peerless City, right? Chapter 42:29. Could it be that this matter was really related to Peerless City? Everyone started guessing. Wushuang City dares to go against us? The Acheron Hall's Silver Corpse Sage King received the news, and his eyes flashed coldly. Looks like it's time for us to send our hunters to teach Wushuang City a lesson. They sent out their own hunters. Even the Great Desolation Mansion sent out their hunters. In an instant, these hunters moved in the dark, keeping an eye on Wushuang City. Soon, someone exclaimed. Wushuang City also felt the pressure. People like Shi Bufan and Wang Xiaofeng from Stillwater Sky City were being hunted. Retreat quickly. Fu Hongye shouted coldly, telling them not to fight back. These people had no choice but to retreat. Even Ghost Li was severely injured. In an instant, countless people were in an uproar. They could see that someone was targeting Wushuang City. Lin Xian saw it too. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. These people were so reckless. It seemed like he had to continue. But before that, he had to do something. He had killed many people in a row. Therefore, at this moment, he had a lot of winning streaks. He had won 50 matches in a row. This was an equally dazzling record. So once he appeared, he would be targeted by countless people. Although he was confident in himself, this was a Dao debate after all. Maybe there would be a terrifying expert. So Lin Xian decided to give away his winning streak first. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, waiting for an opportunity. Soon, he sent a message to Murong Qingcheng. Murong Qingcheng smiled and walked down, while Lin Xian went up. In the surroundings, those people were all stupefied when they saw this. It couldn't be, right? This guy was actually going to make a move against the favored daughter of heaven? Even the people from Demon City were stunned. This guy is going to attack Kunlun Pavilion? It shouldn't be. Isn't he from Wushuang City? Could it be that their judgment was wrong? The people from Kunlun Pavilion were also stunned. But soon, they widened their eyes in disbelief. After Lin Xian went up, he said calmly, "So it's Fairy Morong. I've heard of your name. Now that I've met you, I'm shocked. I hope that fairy will show mercy." Murong Qingcheng threw out a palm strike. Lin Xian didn't resist and immediately retreated. Fairy's palm strength is so good that I am ashamed of my inferiority. Then he turned around and walked down the arena. Everyone was dumbfounded and I cursed the heavens. What was the meaning of this? Was he admitting defeat, just like that? Damn it, he was giving away his winning streak. Some of the sacred cities instantly understood what was going on, and they gnashed their teeth in anger. They couldn't say anything. They were willing to do this kind of thing. Moreover, Lin Xian made them vomit blood. Lin Xian said, "I learned it from Wan Yaocheng." The people from the demon city were about to go mad with anger. Just like that, Murong Qingqing obtained Lin Xian's 50-match winning streak and instantly entered the 100-match winning streak. This was a very difficult task. After all, everyone here was an expert and a genius. A 50-match winning streak was already very heaven-defying. A 200-match winning streak could be said to be a legend. At this moment, Murong Qingqing completed a 100-match winning streak. He was actually the first to do so. In an instant, countless people looked up to him. Damn it, we have to speed up. Wan Zhenyi also had to hurry up and get the hunters to come back and give him his winning streak. He also wanted to achieve a 100-match winning streak. It was the same for the great, desolate mansion, Lei Xincheng and Akron Hall. The battles became even more intense. Lin Xian didn't have any more winning streaks. His eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Very good. It was time to start hunting again. This time his target was Akron Hall. This time he was going to beat Akron Hall into submission. Murong Qingqing returned to the place where the Kunlun Pavilion was located with 100 consecutive victories. The elders of Kunlun Pavilion were also confused. Qingqing, do you know that person? To be honest, they naturally knew that they were giving away their winning streaks. Murong Qingqing smiled and said, "Maybe I know him." The elders of Kunlun Pavilion didn't ask further. After all, it was a good thing for them. On the other side, the people of Wushuang City were also surprised. Who exactly is this person? Why do I feel that he is on our side? Wushuang Sage also smiled mysteriously. He didn't say anything because he felt that it wasn't time yet. However, when he looked down, he frowned. He said, "You guys should pay attention next. The hunters from Sacred City have already made their move. If you encounter an extremely strong enemy, you must protect yourself. Losing 1 or 2 matches is nothing to be afraid of." The people of Wushuang City also looked solemn. Indeed, they had suffered a fierce attack previously. Some of the genius disciples of the 3rd generation had also lost. Even some of the disciples of the 2nd generation had been affected. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly erupted from the distant battlefield. A terrifying energy swept out in all directions. It attracted everyone's attention. When the people of Wushuang City saw this scene, their faces instantly changed. Not good, it's Junior Sister Shin. Damn it, are these people attacking again? They realized that an extremely cold aura had suddenly erupted from the battlefield where Shin Jingqiu was. 2 white bone claws covered the sky and covered the earth. They could tear everything apart as they suppressed Shin Jingqiu. Junior Sister Shin was in danger. Fu Hongye and the others' eyes instantly turned red. They had already lost Lin Xian. They couldn't let Shin Jingqiu be in danger. In an instant, they rushed to the side, but they couldn't enter the arena. After all, there were rules in the competition. Lin Xian naturally noticed this scene. He was still thinking about who to attack, but now he saw someone attacking Shin Jingqiu. A cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he walked closer. The person attacking Shin Jingqiu was extremely skinny. He looked like a skeleton. At this moment, he had transformed into 2 white bone claws. With a cold aura, he drowned out everything. This person's strength was so strong that countless people were shocked. They didn't expect such a terrifying expert to be hidden in this battlefield. Lin Xian also frowned. Indeed, this person was much stronger than the average sacred artifact. Moreover, he had used a secret technique. He could feel that this person didn't hesitate to destroy his own foundation to attack. This was simply crazy. In the sky, 4 white bone claws appeared at the same time and forced Shin Jingqiu to retreat. The terrifying power made people's hearts palpitate. Shin Jingqiu stabilized herself. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, but a Dharma idol appeared behind her. It was surrounded by chains of the great Tao. It was as if an ancient god had been resurrected. This battle had attracted the attention of countless elders in the holy city. Even the saint rulers had opened their eyes. They stared at the Dharma idol. Many of them had a puzzled look. On the Acheron Hall's side, the Silver Corpse Sage King's eyes lit up. She was indeed mysterious to be able to summon such a phenomenon. From the looks of it, her fortuitous encounter was not small. Unfortunately, she would definitely lose this time. Lin Wudi was already dead. There was no need for anyone related to Lin Wudi to live in this world. Everyone could go to hell. In the arena, the white bone claws shone again. Blood dripped from the corner of the skinny man's mouth. His body swayed. It was obvious that he couldn't take it anymore. However, this attack was even more terrifying. Chapter 4230. Not good. Shen Jingqiu is in danger. Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian said telepathically, "Qiu retreat quickly." Shen Jingqiu wanted to attack and defend, but when she heard Lin Xian's words, she retreated without hesitation. The heaven and earth Dharma form behind her stretched out 2 palms in front of her. Like 2 mountains, it blocked all the attacks. Shin Jingqiu was pushed back and spat out another mouthful of blood. However, she had already left the battle area. She actually left? Many people were shocked. Even the people from Wushuang City were discussing. They were worried just now, but they did not expect Shin Jingqiu to retreat. She was so decisive. The people from Acheron Hall were left with a grim expression. Damn it, they did not manage to keep her here. It was a pity, but her cosmic form was indeed out of their expectations. There was no hurry, there were plenty of chances. They had already figured out her strength this time. They would not let her escape next time. The Silver Corpse Sage King said coldly. On the other side, the 4 skeletal hands returned to the man's body. The man's face was pale. He stared at Shin Jingqiu and revealed a cold smile. I actually let you escape this time. The next time I meet you, I will kill you. Hearing this, the people from Wushuang City turned pale. Lin Xian snorted coldly. There is still a next time? Do you think you can live until the next time? A terrifying sword intent was released from his body, causing everyone to be frightened. The skinny man was stunned, but then he laughed. Don't you know the rules here? You can't fight outside the arena. Try attacking me. I can guarantee that you will die miserably. He walked down the arena. He came to Lin Xian's side with a hint of provocation. Kid, I will not give you the chance to attack. Is that so? Lin Xian laughed. Do you really think that I am willing to attack you? When you attacked previously, you exploded with power that surpassed everything. It has already burned your foundation. You are self-destructing. Trash like you is not worthy of my attack. However, I have already guessed your background. If I let you witness the fall of your Acheron Hall's peerless genius with your own eyes, I wonder how you will feel. At this point, Lin Xian turned and walked away. People of Acheron Hall, you're dead meat. Do you want to die? An extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from the skinny figure's eyes, but he was unable to make a move. Lin Xian smiled. Looks like you know the rules very well. You won't be able to stop me outside the arena. Damn it, he had said those words to prevent the other party from attacking him. Who would have thought that he would end up slapping his own face? The skinny man was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. The people around him were really surprised. Heavens, looks like this sword maniac is going to attack the Acheron Palace. Does he think that our Yellow Springs Hall is a pushover? When the people of Acheron Hall heard this, they snorted coldly as well. Since the other party dared to come, they had ways to get rid of him completely. Lin Xian arrived near the Yellow Springs shop and said coldly, Come on, you bunch of despicable and shameless people. Is there anyone who dares to come out and stand with yours truly? I heard that your Yellow Springs shop has someone called Nine Nether. Come out. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was dumbfounded. Was this a challenge? He wondered if the Acheron Hall would respond. Who was Nine Nether? He was really unfamiliar. Some of the people were surprised. However, some of the top experts narrowed their eyes. They knew this person. His strength was unparalleled and extremely terrifying. He had even participated in the test of the paradise and succeeded. He had even broken through to the Saint Realm. A person like this was far from those Saint Realm saints from before. The sword maniac was challenging someone like this right from the start? When the elders of the Acheron Hall heard this, they were enraged. Nine Nether stood out. You don't know what's good for you. Challenging me? That's good. It's time for me to show off my strength. After saying that, he flew forward. The Silver Corpse, Saint King, did not stop him. He felt that Nine Nether would not be defeated. He knew Nine Nether's strength very well. Nine Nether's true form was an earth dragon. He had entered a few ancient ruins and obtained many powerful trump cards. There were not many people who could defeat Nine Nether. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. A cold laugh rang out. Then a figure landed on the arena like a comet. He waved his hand. Come up and accept your death. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You actually dare to come out. This is really out of my expectations. Looking at your identity and strength, you should be the top genius of the Acheron Hall. If you die, I wonder what the Acheron Hall's reaction will be. I'm looking forward to it. The two of them faced each other. Their auras were extremely terrifying. The moment they appeared, the laws on their bodies tore the nine heavens apart. Countless cracks appeared. Sword Maniac, you're very strong because you've also participated in the test of the paradise. Unfortunately, your strength and talent are nothing in front of me. I've successfully broken through to the Saint Realm, but you haven't. This is the difference between us. Is that so? I didn't break through to the Saint Realm because I don't need the cultivation of a Saint Realm to kill you. I can also kill you as a small saint. Lin Xian's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Countless sword qi revolved around the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was an extremely spectacular scene. On the other side, Nine Nether also made his move. Endless cold aura appeared behind him. It was as if he had rushed out from hell. He turned into 5 shadows, flickering in the sky. These 5 shadows were extremely terrifying. They were like dark clouds that covered the 9 heavens. The 5 shadows let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. Then they quickly charged over. How terrifying! Why do I feel that he can kill a Saint Realm expert with just a casual attack? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Scram! With a roar, lightning surged on his body. Accompanying it was the sound of a dragon. It was as if a sea dragon had been resurrected. At this moment, the surrounding people's bodies trembled. Their blood and qi froze. The 3 great dragon clans in the distance also sucked in a breath of cold air. The other party's dragon roar shocked them. At the same time, the 5 shadows in the sky split apart one after another, turning into dark clouds that rolled up. A single roar was enough to destroy an ultimate technique. It was really unbelievable. Lin Xian took a step forward and sneered. Don't embarrass yourself with this little trick. Show me your true strength. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Why is this kid so strange? That's the Acheron Hall. Some of the elders frowned. These 5 shadows were extremely terrifying. Even the elders had to be careful when facing them. However, they were shattered by the other party's roar. Just how strong has he become? Nine Nether's face sank as well. Dark flames bloomed in his eyes. Interesting. Your strength is beyond my imagination. It seems that I have to take you seriously. Yi Shiwen thought. I hope you won't disappoint me. Nine Nether sneered. A terrifying aura surged out from his body. Chapter 40, 231. Endless demonic runes surged out of his body. Nine Gloom roared as if he was wearing an ancient armor. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. In the next moment, he seemed to have turned into the god of war. What kind of armor is that? But it doesn't look like it. Why does it feel like a super strong physique? What is Netherworld's original form? Isn't he an earth dragon? Why does he have such a physique? Sounds of discussion rang out. They all felt that this physique was very strange. This doesn't seem to be a cultivation technique of the Acheron Hall. Some people were surprised. In the legends, earth dragons could travel through the ground and had been to many ancient ruins. He had many trump cards in his hands, so this might be a supreme superpower that he obtained from an ancient ruin. Kid, do you think you can win against me with that little strength of yours? What a joke. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Nine Gloom's aura surged like the sea. Then he stretched out his palm and slapped forward. Boundless black flames danced, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was like the palm of the king of hell, covering the sky and covering the earth. 9 gloom flames. How terrifying. Many people trembled when they felt the cold flames. Flames usually had a violent and scorching aura, but the 9 gloom flames were cold. Wherever it passed, it would freeze everything. Lin Xian was tense. He knew that the other party was an expert, so he didn't let his guard down. A pair of dark golden wings appeared on his back, surrounded by a terrifying storm. At the same time, there was a terrifying sword chi that pierced through the sky. Every sword chi was like a divine sword. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he had turned into a sword god. Kill! He faced the attack and turned into a wind shadow, disappearing instantly. When he reappeared, a sword chi flashed between heaven and earth and slashed directly at the black palm. Buzz! Sword wielding technique. The sword chi swept out in all directions. The black flaming palm stopped abruptly and enveloped the sword light in the sky. In the next moment, a sonorous sound rang out. The two types of laws and superpowers clashed continuously. The wind and clouds changed. Poof! Poof! The black palm covered everything and swallowed all the sword chi. However, not long after, it kept shaking and cracks appeared on it. A stream of sword chi pierced out, riddling the palm with thousands of holes before shattering it. How could this be? 9 Nether's pupils shrank. Even after he used the Nether body, he still couldn't resist his opponent's divine ability. What kind of sword chi was this? His face was incomparably cold. At this moment, the golden wings on Lin Xian's back flapped once more, and he turned into a bolt of lightning that shot over. At the same time, he slowly formed a seal with his palm. Azure Dragon Seal. The phantom of an azure dragon emerged from his palm and roared between heaven and earth. As he breathed in and out, it was as if he had been resurrected. Dang 9 Nether did the same. Once again he waved his 9 Nether palm. It collided with the dragon's shadow, and a rumbling sound rang out. After a violent collision, 9 Nether was forced back. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. His body also landed heavily on the ancient arena, causing it to shake nonstop. You dare to hurt me? You're courting death. 9 Nether was thoroughly enraged. Previously, he was so insufferably high and mighty. In his opinion, he had successfully broken through to the Saint Sovereign realm. How could a mere minor saint be a match for him? Therefore, he was disdainful. However, he was at a disadvantage in both exchanges. Even now, he was injured by his opponent. He couldn't bear it. The surrounding people were all stunned. How could this be? Was his opponent so strong? The people of Yellow Spring Palace shook their heads frantically. Impossible. It must be 9 Nether's carelessness. Just wait and see. That brat will definitely be torn into pieces. Nether spear. The boundless 9 Nether flame flickered and turned into a long spear that 9 Nether held in his hand. Wherever the spear passed, the space would constantly crack, as if it had turned into the abyss of hell. The long spear kept striking out, turning into a bottomless abyss that charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian brandished the azure dragon 9 palms. The terrifying phantom contended with it, and the battle between the two was earth-shattering. However, at this moment, on the other side of the arena, which was behind Lin Xian, the void suddenly split open, and a white bone claw suddenly fell. That white bone claw turned into a heavenly blade and slashed towards Lin Xian. The dark, golden phantom wings on Lin Xian's back were cut off. This attack landed on his body and sent him flying, injuring him and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt a burning sensation on his back, as if half of it was about to split open. Fortunately, he had a divine body, so he was able to block this attack. Otherwise, if it were any other sacred venerables, they would probably be split in half instantly. He was actually able to block it. Nine Nether's face darkened when he saw this scene. The other people exclaimed. They were too strong. They couldn't resist the means of these two people at all. Just looking at it made their scalps tingle. The people of Yellow Spring Palace sneered. Just wait and see. Nether would soon use all kinds of divine skills. This brat couldn't resist at all. This was just the beginning. Lin Xian was also enraged. He stepped on lightning and transformed into a beam of sword light, charging over as well. It was the azure dragon seal again, and it carried the power of lightning. It charged towards the other party with a violent aura. The two of them fought at lightning speed. It was impossible to see clearly. One could only see that the sky was filled with laws and large spatial cracks. At this moment, the void behind Nine Nether suddenly split open. A sword shadow flew over and slashed Nine Nether's body. Nine Nether was sent flying. The armor on his body was split open and no blood flowed out. Damn it! Nine Nether roared. His eyes were red. Lin Xian sneered. How does it feel to be attacked from behind? I learned it from you. He knew the sword controlling technique. Sword chi appeared and disappeared unpredictably. This was to teach the other party a lesson. Damn it, the wrath of the heavens. Nine Nether roared and waved his spear. Endless black flames burned on it, and it was incomparably cold. Thousands of spear lights swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't take it head-on again. Instead, he used the wind shaking the 9 heavens again. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and his speed was extremely fast. Brat, what's the point of just dodging? If you have the ability, fight me head-on. Seeing that the other party's speed was very strange, Nine Nether roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I'm dodging? Why don't you say that you can't keep up with my speed? As soon as he said that, more than a dozen sword lights slashed over from all directions and draped over the other party's body. Fortunately, Nine Nether had some defense and used the armor on his body to the extreme. However, he still retreated continuously, his blood and chi churning. Damn it, Yellow Spring! Nine Nether roared and shot out a yellow spring diagram that covered the 9 heavens. At this moment, he was going to use the Holy City's ultimate technique to kill the other party. The yellow spring gushed out with an incomparably cold aura. It spread in all directions. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. Chapter 42:32. The map of Acheron hung down, and the endless Acheron water filled the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void cracked. Nothing could withstand it. The Acheron water rushed towards Lin Xian at an extremely fast speed. Some of the water was extremely corrosive. No matter how strong one's physique was, even if one had armor to defend against it, the space where the arena was completely covered. In the end, there was nowhere to hide. There was Acheron water in all directions. He was completely surrounded. Even the arena in the valley was corroded. Everyone was shocked. The Acheron water was too terrifying, as expected of Nine Nether. Even if one had a sacred weapon, they might not be able to withstand it. When Lin Xian saw this, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He said, coldly, "Do you think you can trap me like this? Next, I'll let you see my secret skill." In the palm of his right hand There were endless black runes that wrapped around his fist. In the next moment, his entire fist turned black. Tiger Demon Fist. A low voice was heard. The fist was swung as if a demonic tiger had been resurrected. It tore the void apart, and the mineral water was instantly torn apart. Useless, kid. No matter how strong your physique is, you won't be able to withstand it. Nine Nether laughed, but soon his pupils shrank. How could this be? He realized that the black fist had torn apart the Acheron water. Impossible! How could his fist block this kind of power? However, just as he was in a daze, Lin Xian tore apart the Acheron water and then used the secret skill, Army Destroyer. The terrifying power blasted on the opponent's body and sent him flying. Wherever it passed, large cracks would spread continuously, and it would almost explode. Half of his body was cracked. At this moment, his face was full of shock. Impossible. What kind of fist technique was this? He was too shocked. The people from the Acheron Hall were also shocked. The elders of the other holy cities sucked in a breath of cold air. However, a few people who had participated in the Grotto Heaven trial gasped. Why was it so similar to the heaven-piercing palm that this fellow executed? However, only a few people had seen it before. Back then, the heaven-piercing palm could even seal the weapon of a sacred king. The others didn't know at all, and those who knew shook their heads frantically. They didn't believe that no one would be able to learn such an absolute art. Although Nine Nether had participated in the Grotto Heaven test, he did not come from Green Hill Cave. Therefore, he had never seen the black palm before. At this moment, his eyes were red. I don't believe it. Again, the endless water of the yellow springs exploded once again, covering the sky and the earth. This time, the corrosive power was even more terrifying, causing the surrounding people to retreat. In fact, as soon as the aura came out, it caused the world around the array formation to shatter. I don't believe that you can withstand it this time, Lin Xian sneered. His opponent's yellow spring water was indeed terrifying. It could corrode everything. Even if it was the azure dragon seal or the wind shakes the nine heavens, it would still be difficult to resist. If he wanted to fight back, he would have to use the nine-yang divine body or the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. But no matter what, he would be instantly recognized. Lin Xian didn't want to reveal his identity yet, so he decided to continue using the Tiger Demon Fist. The Tiger Demon Fist was extremely frightening. It was very similar to the black palm that reached the heavens. Back then, that palm was immune to all kinds of divine abilities. The corrosive power of the yellow springs was also a kind of divine ability, so Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. The second style of the Tiger Demon Fist, Sky Shattering. The surrounding yellow springs, water, instantly collapsed. It couldn't withstand the attack at all. The third style of the Tiger Demon Fist, Soul Suppression. Another cold voice rang out, and a ferocious black tiger appeared between heaven and earth. It was as if the divine monument was suppressing him. Sensing the aura, Nine Nether's eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, he quickly retreated. However, he found that the black monument was completely staring at him, making it impossible for him to dodge. Get lost! He roared at the sky. He used his absolute art to block it. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering sound was heard, and there was a burst of bright light. Everything disappeared. When the light dissipated, everyone saw that Nine Nether was suppressed by the divine monument. He was bleeding terribly. What? Was he defeated? Nine Nether was defeated? It was unbelievable. Countless people exclaimed. The people of the Acheron Hall were also stunned. How was this possible? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He walked forward. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched as he felt a fatal danger. A golden light flashed in his eyes. He could feel that although Nine Nether seemed to be seriously injured, there was an extremely terrifying power hidden in his body, and it seemed that it could erupt at any time. Damn it, this guy actually dared to set up a trap. Then, he would beat him at his own game. As he walked, he secretly created a clone. His true body instantly used the void escape technique and disappeared. Throughout the entire process, his body was surrounded by sword light, so no one noticed it. Even the sages didn't pay attention to him. They were all focused on Nine Nether. Interesting. The soaring Sky Sage King and the desolate Sky Sage King sneered. The eyes of the people of the Acheron Hall turned red. However, the Silver Corpse Sage King said, "Don't be anxious, just watch patiently." Hearing that, these people were stunned. What was going on? Could it be that he could turn the tables? Just as they were puzzled, Lin Xian's clone had already arrived in front of them. He said coldly, "You're worthy of being called a genius with such strength? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You really don't know what's good for you." Nine Nether, who was suppressed on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying saber light. This attack was too sudden, and the saber light was too terrifying. It was enough to sweep through everything like a peerless saber. In an instant, Lin Xian's clone was split into two. What? He could still fight back? What a terrifying attack. He wasn't injured at all. Many people instantly cheered. It's over. The sword maniac is seriously injured. The sword maniac has been fooled. Exclamations of surprise were heard. The expressions of Morong Qingqing, Xin Jingqiu, and the others instantly changed. They were extremely nervous. The peerless Sage King was also stunned. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his expression darkened. "Ha!" Nine Nether shattered the illusory stone tablet and stood up. There was a hint of malevolence in his eyes. "What an idiot. Did I kill you so easily? Little brat, you're too weak to fight with me." His arrogant voice resounded through heaven and earth. The surrounding people were all stunned. The people of the Acheron Hall also smiled. "Great, so it was a trap just now. I knew it. How could God Nine Suns lose? That sword maniac wanted to challenge Nine Nether. Looks like he's dead meat now. Don't worry, with Senior Brother Nine Nether strength. He won't let that kid die so easily. He'll let him know what regret is." Chapter 40:233. Nine Nether was smug and arrogant as he strode forward. Even if he didn't kill his opponent, he would still be severely injured. Next, he would torture his opponent. However, at this moment, a piercing sword light came from behind him and instantly split him apart. A miserable cry was heard. This time, the surrounding void was completely shattered. The surrounding people were all stunned. What's going on? Who attacked again? Wasn't the sword maniac already killed? Nine Nether also couldn't believe it. His soul swept behind him. The next moment, he roared in horror. "How is it possible? You're not dead." Lin Xian walked out from behind him. "Do you think your little trap can trap me? What a joke." Lin Xian attacked forcefully. His sword Qi was like a dragon, directly hitting Nine Nether until he kept retreating. Many sword wounds appeared on Nine Nether's body. He was severely injured. "Retreat quickly." In the distance, the eyes of the people from the Acheron Hall turned red when they saw this scene. They really didn't expect Nine Nether to be defeated. The other holy cities were even more shocked. Nine Nether gritted his teeth and roared. He retreated into the distance. He was defeated. He was unwilling to accept it, but as long as he could leave the battlefield, then his opponent wouldn't be able to attack him anymore. Lin Xian attacked with the wind, shakes the nine heavens. The terrifying law of wind swept the surroundings and blocked his path. "Get lost." Nine Nether roared. His hands turned into black flames as he attacked continuously. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all. However, Lin Xian's sword Qi flew over and extinguished all the flames with a crack. Nine Nether vomited blood and was sent flying. At the same time, he attacked with the lightning chain and wrapped it around Nine Nether. It made it impossible for his opponent to escape. "No, damn it, don't you dare." The people from the Acheron Hall in the distance went crazy. The Silver Corpse Holy King opened his eyes and shouted coldly, "That's enough." When a Holy King spoke, everyone had to give face. Even if they won, they couldn't kill him. However, Lin Xian didn't care. How could he stop just because the other party said so? He snorted coldly and sent out a sword chi. It carried an aura that could destroy everything and destroyed the other party's soul. Was he dead? Everyone went crazy. The other party actually killed 9 Nether in front of a Saint King. The people from Acheron Hall roared. The Silver Corpse Saint King's eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent. The other party actually dared to not give him face. Did he want to die? The pressure that belonged to a Saint King surged out, and it rarely reached the 9 heavens. At this moment, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Lin Xian said coldly as he naturally felt the immense pressure. What? You're a dignified Saint King, and also the host this time. Could it be that you want to break the rules? Lin Xian sneered. The Silver Corpse Saint King was so angry that his face turned white. He gritted his teeth and said. He snorted coldly and sat down unwillingly. He couldn't attack, but he definitely wouldn't let the other party have an easy time. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. He was too arrogant. He didn't even take a Saint King seriously. What was this brat trying to do? Was he trying to defy the heavens? That despicable fellow, I'll go and kill him. Many people in the Yellow Springs shop gnashed their teeth. Even the hunters in the crowd began to move. The man who attacked Shinjingqiu was so angry that he vomited blood. Previously, he didn't care about Lin Xian's threat. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian would really let him witness the death of a genius. That was the top genius of Acheron Hall. If he died, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, he couldn't help but want to attack. However, Lin Xian didn't give these people a chance. He didn't have any intention of joining the battle. Instead, he stood there and watched the battle with a cold smile. This made everyone who wanted to kill him vomit blood. They were the ones who set the rules, but they didn't expect that they would be trapped by the rules. Damn it! If he dares to kill our genius, we'll kill his genius. The elders gritted their teeth and said, Saint King, let's attack. He must be related to Wushuang City. We'll kill Fu Hongye and Linghu Chueshue. Saint King Wushuang nodded and the hunters moved. However, Fu Hongye's side didn't attack, but Linghu Chueshue's side was in danger. Linghu Chueshue was more than 2,000 years old, but he was only 2,300 years old. However, he had already arrived at another battlefield. This battlefield was for people between 2,000 and 5,000 years old. They were all Saint Venerables, and they were all extremely terrifying Saint Venerables. An extremely terrifying elder made his move and charged at Linghu Chueshue. He held a large black bell in his hand and kept shaking it. The bell's sound shook heaven and earth, and the terrifying sound waves swept in all directions. This battlefield naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Oh no, they're attacking eldest senior brother. The faces of the people from Wushuang City became extremely ugly. They gritted their teeth. Even Saint King Wushuang's face was cold. Lin Xian's face darkened. These people saw that they didn't have a chance to attack him, so they turned to attack others. He started to worry for Linghu Chueshue. After all, the enemy Linghu Chueshue was facing was extremely powerful. Linghu Chueshue received the attack and kept retreating while vomiting blood. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes as he used Wushuang's secret technique to block the attack. However, that old man only smiled sinisterly. It's useless. Go to hell. Oh no, that's a late stage Saint Venerate. Sensing that old man's aura, the crowd's expressions all changed. They began to worry for Linghu Chueshue. A terrifying attack. The large black bell directly pressed down. It wanted to completely suppress Linghu Chueshue. Everyone despaired. The people from the Acheron Hall revealed sinister smiles. However, at this moment of crisis, the sword in Linghu Chueshue's hand burst forth with an incomparable light. Boom! 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 A loud and clear sound was heard, spreading in all directions. When the light dissipated, the crowd was stunned. they discovered that Linghu Chueshua had been injured. As for the old man opposite him, he was split in two. How could this be? Had Linghu Chueshua reached late stage Saint Venerate? They had all gone mad. Saint King Wushuang laughed. How could his eldest disciple be weak? Damn it! The people from the Acheron Hall clenched their teeth and gave the order to kill. That old man's body healed, and he stood up. However, he had still underestimated Linghu Chueshua. After revealing his true strength, Linghu Chueshua did not show any leniency. Each and every one of his attacks caused heaven and earth to tremble. In the end, that late stage Saint Venerate was directly killed. Linghu Chueshua's entire body was burning with blood. However, his aura was incomparable. The crowd was astonished. Linghu Chueshua was most definitely a late stage Saint Venerate. Furthermore, he was an extremely terrifying existence among late stage Saint Venerates. Countless people cried out in alarm. Was this the strength of Peerless City's eldest disciple? He was simply too powerful. The people from the other holy cities also became incomparably serious. In the second battlefield, the strength that Linghu Chueshua had displayed in his age group had truly astonished everyone. They felt that the situation had turned bad. They had underestimated Linghu Chueshua's strength. Likely, the entire battlefield would change. Chapter 40, 234. As expected, Linghu Chueshua did not stop there. Instead, he continued to kill. He killed many powerful sacred sovereigns, and the Acheron Hall suffered heavy losses. 3 sacred sovereigns died in his hands. Similarly, the great desolate mansion and demon city lost 2 sacred sovereigns as well. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Linghu Chueshua's battle record exploded once again. He was originally in the 50th position in the second battlefield, but now he was in the 30th position. Moreover, his ranking was still rising. He had also broken through the 100 battle-winning streak. Is this guy trying to get into the top 10? The surrounding people were going crazy. One should know that most of the people in this battlefield were from the older generation. After all, some of them were 4,000 to 5,000 years old. Those who were 2,000 to 3,000 years old were the top disciples. However, no matter how strong they would not be able to fight against those elders. However, Linghu Chueshua seemed to have broken this rule. When Peerless Sage King saw this, he smiled. The disciples of Peerless City cheered excitedly. Great! Big Senior Brother is mighty. Lin Xian laughed when he saw this. Some people really don't know what's good for them. He looked at the Acheron Hall with a gloating expression. The people of Acheron Hall were going crazy. At the same time, the people of Demon City and Great Desolate Mansion were vomiting blood. They could only compete and look for an opportunity. At this moment, Peerless City was in the limelight again. Lin Xian was also looking for an opportunity. However, his body suddenly shook and his face changed. Not good. After the continuous battles, his strength had increased again. The seal that was originally suppressing him was about to break. If he broke through, he would attract the heavenly punishment. It would probably be an attack that could destroy the world. Lin Xian's face turned pale. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this. What's going on? What's wrong with this kid? Is he injured? He must have been too arrogant. How could he not be injured? It would be best if he was seriously injured. Seeing Lin Xian's performance, cold laughter could be heard one after another. They felt great. If this kid's injuries were to explode, they would have one less powerful enemy. The people of Peerless City were also shocked. Peerless Sage King frowned. He transmitted his voice and asked, "Junior brother, what's wrong?" Lin Xian said, "I can't suppress my cultivation anymore. I might break through to Holy Venerate." Peerless Holy King was speechless. If others wanted to break through to Holy Venerate, they would be overjoyed. However, the other party was still trying to suppress him. If word of this got out, the geniuses here would probably vomit blood from anger. However, As soon as Lin Xian explained, he understood that Lin Xian's situation was different. He was suppressed by the great Tao and could not break through. If he tried to break through by force, he would be punished by the heavens. He could only go to planet Xiwan, a world with powerful enemies. It seems like I'll have to help you. Peerless Saint released a clone. He quietly came to Lin Xian's side. Then Lin Xian entered the mysterious, small sword world in his body. The Peerless Saint King said, I'll use the Peerless Seal to suppress your cultivation for now. This way, you don't have to worry about anything and can attack to your heart's content. Then, he used the Peerless Seal on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian realized that the feeling of breaking through had disappeared, which made him heave a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. If he broke through while fighting, he would be in big trouble. Senior brother, can I go to planet Xiwan if I win the competition? Lin Xian asked. Peerless Saint King smiled. Well, I'll give you some hope. You can fight first. Anyway, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to go to planet Xiwan. Peerless Saint King smiled mysteriously, then he left. The people around could not see Lin Xian, so they asked, Where did that kid go? Who knows, he probably escaped because of his serious injuries. Sigh, what a pity. But thinking about it, he was able to kill so many experts. How could he not be injured? He's just holding on. Sigh, a genius of the generation has fallen. It's a pity that he didn't die on the battlefield. Murong Qingqing. Xin Jingqiu was also worried. However, after Peerless Saint King returned, he sent a voice transmission to the two of them, which made them heave a sigh of relief. That's great. That kid is seriously injured. He probably won't appear for a while. He might even die from his injuries. Many people laughed. The people from Demon City also sent out their own geniuses to join the battle. The same went for the Acheron Hall of Great Baron Mansion. Huang 16 came to the arena and sent a sacred venerable flying in 3 moves. In the next 3 battles, he won within 5 moves, which attracted the attention of many people. The people from Great Baron Mansion smiled in satisfaction. Old 16's strength has improved quite a bit. It seems like he'll definitely be able to make it to the top 30. If we train him well, he might even become a Saint King. They were very satisfied, and Huang 16 did not let them down. Soon, he won 20 consecutive battles, defeating his opponents within 5 moves. Everyone knew that another hidden genius had appeared. Who dares to challenge me? Huang 16 stood there with his sword pointing in all directions, exuding a domineering aura. At that moment, many people fell silent. They did not even dare to look him in the eye. There were too many dark horses in this world. Previously, there was an expert like the Sword Maniac. They thought that if the Sword Maniac did not appear and disappear, those geniuses would be able to make a comeback and stand out. Who would have thought that there was still a hidden expert? Huang 16 appeared. He did not make a move before, but now he dominated the world. There was really a second Sword Maniac. Why is he so arrogant? Why didn't he make a move when the Sword Maniac was here? Now he's here. In the distance, Wang Xiaofeng and the others gritted their teeth. They were very dissatisfied with the other party's arrogance. However, the other party did have the right to be arrogant. Why? Is there no one who dares to challenge me? How disappointing. Huang 16 roared. This feeling of looking down on the world is really great. I've only been away for a short while, and someone can't wait to show off. When the tiger is not around, the monkey will be king. Since you want to fight, I'll accompany you. A cold snort was heard. Then, a stream of light landed on the arena. The surrounding people were stunned. Who's so arrogant? Who dares to challenge Huang 16? However, when they saw the figure, they were all stunned. Isn't the Sword Maniac seriously injured? He probably won't be able to participate in the competition for the rest of his life. How could he be back? In an instant, countless people exclaimed. The faces of the experts from the various holy cities turned ugly. The killing god is back. The eyelids of the people from the great, desolate mansion twitched. Huang 16 was also stunned. His face darkened. So it's you. To be honest, the other party was indeed very strong. He had to treat him seriously. Lin Xian said, "That's right, it's me. Didn't you say that no one wants to challenge you? Fine, I'll challenge you now. Make your move." As soon as he said that, the crowd went into an uproar. Everyone knew how powerful the sword maniac was. Although Huang 16 did not fight much, he seemed to be able to dominate the world. The two of them would definitely fight fiercely. However, the people from the Acheron Hall were indeed worried. They were full of confidence in Nine Nether. However, the result made their hearts bleed. They could not afford to lose any more experts. Therefore, they said, 16, come back. Chapter 40, 235. The crowd went crazy when they heard that. What did that mean? Did the great, desolate mansion have no confidence in Huang 16? Otherwise, why would they ask Huang 16 to go back? Huang 16's face darkened. Did their elders not believe in him? Damn it. He gritted his teeth and did not leave. Lin Xian laughed when he saw that. Why are you still here? Your elders are calling you back for dinner. Hurry up and leave. You're useless. What did you say? Huang 16 roared. Don't be too arrogant. I'm not afraid of you. Today, I'm going to fight you to the death. I'll show everyone who's the strongest. Huang 16 raised his right hand and the sword of desolation appeared in his hand. It shone brightly. Old 16, come back quickly. The elders of the great, desolate mansion shouted again. Desolate 16 turned around and looked into the distance. He gritted his teeth and said, Old Zhang, trust me. I'll definitely kill this kid. Please give me a chance. What? The elders hesitated. To be honest, they did not want Huang 16 to come back. After all, it would be a huge blow to their confidence. However, saving their lives was more important. At this moment, the Silver Corpse Sage King said, Let him fight. Otherwise, this will become his inner demon. He would never be able to advance in his life. Indeed, everyone had been through the stage. They knew that if they could not defeat a strong opponent, they would be defeated. They would be suppressed for the rest of their lives. It was a terrible feeling. Therefore, the elders of the Acheron Hall did not stop him. Instead, they said, Be careful. Don't worry. I won't let him continue to be arrogant. Huang 16 was extremely confident. Kid, in the previous battles, no one, be it sage venerables or experts, could last more than 5 moves for me. Killing you will not be an exception. Huang 16 displayed an unparalleled domineering aura, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. The people of the great, desolate mansion nodded. It seemed like there would be no problem. After all, this sword maniac seemed to be injured. Perhaps he had not recovered yet. He was only temporarily suppressed. This way, he would not be able to unleash his full strength. Humph! His time of death has finally come. Not more than 5 moves? In the arena, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes after hearing this. He stretched out 3 fingers. If he couldn't finish him off in 3 moves, he wouldn't fight again for the rest of his life. Wow! Even more arrogant. Everyone thought that Desolate 13 had become even more arrogant. Unexpectedly, the sword fanatic was even more arrogant. Finish the battle in 3 moves? Wouldn't he be too arrogant? Some people frowned. Although they knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, Huang 16 was also a top-notch expert. Could such a person be defeated in 3 moves? Desolate 16's expression darkened. The other party actually dared to look down on him, which made him very unhappy. Kill! With a roar, the Baron's sword in his hand slashed down with a terrifying aura. It slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't waste any time either, saying that he would kill his opponent in 3 moves. He would not be soft-hearted. With an angry roar, he went all out. The first move of the Tiger Demon Fist, Army Destroyer. A black fist blasted out, heading straight for the Baron's sword. The terrifying power shattered the Desolate sword, and the terrifying aura swept towards Desolate 16. Boom! Desolate 16's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. He quickly retreated, but in an instant, half of his body was shrouded by the power, turning into a bloody mist. What? Lin Xian seriously injured him with one punch? The surrounding people went crazy. Why did this sword fanatic seem even more terrifying than before? The faces of the people from the great, desolate mansion turned ugly. Could it be? Did they make the wrong decision again? They wanted to shout for Desolate 16 to come back, but it was too late. After Lin Xian's first move succeeded, the second move of the Tiger Demon Fist appeared again. Damn it. Sensing that Lin Xian's fist technique had changed again, Desolate 16 roared, and a pagoda rushed out from his body, emitting a desolate aura. At the same time, he spat out 2 shields in front of him. He didn't believe that he couldn't block it. These were all extremely terrifying weapons. Their defense was super strong. However, under the second move, everything was torn apart. Nothing could stop it. Desolate 16's body also cracked under the heavens' collapse, turning into a bloody mist. Ah! Desolate 16 raised his head and roared, his voice filled with endless fear. He turned into a bloody ray of light and flew into the distance. The arrogance he had before was all gone. Killing the enemy in 5 moves? He threw all those thoughts to the back of his mind. He wanted to run for his life because he realized that Lin Xian was too strong. He was no match for Lin Xian. Desolate 16 had actually fled. The spectators were all stunned. The experts from the sacred city were also shocked. The people from the great desolate mansion were also nervous. However, Desolate 16 was decisive. He ran away when he couldn't win. This still gave them hope. Don't you think it's too late for you to run? The third move of the Tiger Demon Fist, Soul Suppression. Lin Xian roared and unleashed his strength to the maximum. A whistling sound was heard. It shocked the heavens and earth. In an instant, the black shadow of a ferocious tiger descended from the sky, suppressing the fleeing Desolate 16. Desolate 16 fell onto the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't run away? Countless people exclaimed. The people from the Acheron Hall also had ugly expressions. They felt despair. Was another prodigy going to fall? Desolate 16 roared crazily. Damn it, kid, let me go. My brother is Desolate 13, a top expert of the previous generation. You're dead. Meat if you touch me. How dare you threaten me now? I don't care who your brother is. Even if your ancestor is a sage king, I won't let you go today. Lin Xian sneered and slapped Desolate 16. Desolate 16's face instantly shattered. He couldn't say a word. His eyes were filled with fear. Lin Xian laughed. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, I will cripple you. I'll turn you into a complete cripple. Desolate 16 still had a glimmer of hope, but when he heard Lin Xian's words, he lost all hope. Lin Xian was a demon. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. At the next moment, he felt a terrifying sword intense surge into his body, directly destroying his foundation. At the same time, his soul was severely injured and became extremely weak. It was over. The cultivation and strength that he had painstakingly cultivated for over 1,000 years had all been crippled at this moment. He had become a cripple. This was worse than killing him. Get lost, you piece of trash. I don't want to kill you. Lin Xian kicked Desolate 16 away. Desolate 16's body flew into the distance like a broken kite. He landed in front of the elders of the great desolate mansion. The elders of the great desolate mansion gritted their teeth. They went forward to check on Desolate 16 and found that he had become a cripple. What a terrifying move. The surrounding people were stunned. Lin Xian was going to fight to the death with the great desolate mansion. The Silver Corpse Sage King's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he stared at Lin Xian. No one had ever dared to provoke them like this. Lin Xian was courting death. However, Lin Xian didn't care. When these sage kings wanted to kill him, they didn't think that this would happen. He snorted coldly. At the same time, a roar came from the second battlefield. Then, a figure that looked like a demon flew over. He looked down on the world. Who dared to cripple my brother? Chapter 40:236. A cold voice resounded in the air, sending chills down everyone's spine. Everyone raised their heads and exclaimed in shock, Huang Shi-san, he's going to fight? He was from the same generation as Fu Hongye, even though he was 2,030 years old. He was assigned to the second battlefield. Fu Hongye was over 1,800 years old and was still in the third battlefield. What? You're not happy? I'll kill you like a dog in the next battle. Lin Xian's voice was so cold that everyone almost fainted. Is this kid really that reckless? What a reckless kid. Huang Shi-san's face was cold, and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. He was about to fight. However, a few elders flew over and said coldly, Huang Shi-san, please follow the rules. Otherwise, we'll kill you. Despicable. Huang Shi-san didn't attack, but roared at the sky. Kid, just you wait. Do you think the rules can protect you forever? I'll make you wish you were dead in the next round. Desolate 13 turned around and walked away from Law. The surrounding people exclaimed, What does this mean? Can Huang Shi-san fight in the second round? They didn't know, but if it's true, this sword maniac is really in danger. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The second round? I'm looking forward to it. However, some people obviously couldn't wait until the second round. The desolate Heaven Sage King was preparing to send a super hunter to kill Huang Shi-san. Even the Demon City and the Acheron Palace were preparing to go all out. Peerless Saint King sent a telepathic message to Lin Xian, asking him not to make any more moves to avoid any danger. Lin Xian nodded. It's about time. The rest will be left for the second round. Therefore, he didn't attack. Although he had given the record to Morong Qingqing before, he had made up for it by killing a couple of top warriors later on. He had also won 100 battles in a row. Therefore, he wouldn't have a problem advancing to the next round. Lin Xian didn't attack anymore. Instead, he kept watching. There were a few people he paid attention to. For example, Wan Jiani and Chao Tiansheng. Those who went to the second battlefield with him were too powerful. Seeing that Lin Xian had stopped attacking, the Acheron Hall and the other holy cities were about to vomit blood. Damn it, they were prepared to join hands and start a big hunt. But who would have thought that they would hit nothing but air? This caused them to grit their teeth so hard that they were about to break, but there was nothing they could do. It seemed like this guy wanted to enter the second stage safely. Did he think that he could escape after entering? Just wait. The second trial will be the day of his death. I will let him know what hell is. These Saint Kings gnashed their teeth. Finally, after another half a month, the ancient arena slowly disappeared and the battle stopped. Knowing that the first trial was over, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Was it finally over? Although the battle was thrilling to watch, the losses suffered by the holy cities were really too heavy. This was because many experts and geniuses had already fallen. Many holy venerates had even died in the first stage. At this moment, the entire heavenly wind world was filled with the smell of blood, causing people to faint. The people in the extraterritorial observatory were terrified as well. These dead geniuses and experts could easily sweep through a region in the outside world. But now that they had fallen, was it worth it? The experts and elders of the holy cities had ugly looks on their faces. However, in the end, they took a deep breath and dispelled the sorrow in their eyes. Although the losses were heavy, it was worth it. The path of martial arts was extremely dangerous. Only those who lived and grew could become the ultimate experts. The people of the Acheron Hall, Great Desolate Mansion, Demon City, these three holy cities had ugly looks on their faces. The reason for that was because their side had suffered even greater losses. Nearly half of their people had been killed by Lin Xian. Many of them were top geniuses who had the potential to become Saint Kings in the future. But now they had all fallen. Next was the recuperation period. Everyone had 10 days to recover. After 10 days, the second trial would begin. As for what the second trial would be, no one knew. They could only raise their cultivation and strength to the peak to deal with any possibilities. On the 9th day, the Silver Corpse Saint King walked out and announced, "The first trial has ended. Those who have achieved 50 consecutive victories will pass the second trial." As soon as the announcement was made, there was an uproar. This meant that those who had survived would be eliminated. After all, they had not achieved 50 consecutive victories. The conditions were too strict. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Those who entered the second trial were definitely experts among experts. The Holy Heavens Tao discussion is a matter of the second heavenly boundary. Although most of the participants are experts from the holy cities, we have also invited some rogue cultivators. However, the second trial will be difficult for rogue cultivators. It will require the strength of a team. Therefore, these rogue cultivators can join the holy cities. They can complete the second trial together. As soon as the announcement was made, everyone understood. At the same time, the rogue cultivators who had appeared earlier walked out. Then they walked in all directions. It seemed that they were going to return for real. When the other holy cities saw this, their eyes flickered. They were not going to give them a chance. Instead, they were going to let their rogue cultivators return under some guise. Lin Xian naturally knew this. He immediately snorted coldly. However, he had also appeared as a rogue cultivator. Therefore, he had to choose a sect. It seemed like the second trial was not an individual battle. Could it be a team battle? It seemed like it was time to return. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The others were also paying attention. They also wanted to know which force this kid belonged to. However, they were not sure. Among them, Meng Qing walked out and said, "Sword Maniac, why don't you join the Blue Dragon tribe? We can definitely help you pass the second trial." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Could it be that this guy was really related to the Dragon tribe? The Winged Dragon tribe and the Saber Dragon tribe also hurried out and invited him. They knew that he had the Blue Dragon horn. If they could get closer to him, their future benefits would be endless. Therefore, the 3 dragon tribes were competing to invite him. Everyone was stunned. What was this kid's relationship with them? Guan Songhai invited him on behalf of the Songhai Pavilion. Even Qin Xianer came out and invited him to join. Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu also came out and invited him with smiles. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyes were red and they were incomparably envious. Who didn't want to be respected by the various holy cities? Their dreams were actually fulfilled by a young man. Lin Xian thought for a while and said, "Everyone's invitation is really hard to refuse. I'll be embarrassed to reject anyone. How about this? I'll leave it to fate. Let's see who God wants me to choose. After this sword spins, I'll join whichever faction the sword peak is facing." Lin Xian waved his hand, and a sword light spun in the sky like a fiery wheel. Finally, the sword tip pointed towards Wushuang City. Of course, he was secretly controlling it, because he felt that it was time to go back. Seeing this, the people from Wushuang City were stunned. Such a top expert was going to join them? If so, they might have a higher chance of winning the second trial. Wushuang Sage King squinted his eyes and smiled. This kid wanted to come back, but he still had to use so many tricks. Chapter 4237. The people from Thousand Demon City in Akron Palace were filled with killing intent when they saw this. They had already guessed that the other party was related to Wushuang City, and it seemed like it was true. Damn it, I'll send all of them to hell this time. Their eyes were filled with coldness. The Silver Corpse Sage King walked out and said, "The second stage will begin tomorrow, and I'll tell you the rules of the second stage. The second stage. All of you will enter a unique space where you will fight. There's no age restriction, but Sage Kings and Sage Kings are not allowed to use their weapons. Everyone was in disbelief when they heard this. What? No age restriction? Does that mean all the people from the first and second battlefields can come? Oh my God. Although they were all sacred venerables, the people from the third battlefield were all early sacred venerables. The first and second battlefields were different. The second battlefields were mostly mid-sacred venerables, and there were a few late sacred venerables. The first battlefields were all late sacred venerables, and they were all old monsters who had lived for more than 5,000 years. If they fought, they would most likely die. Who could stop them? In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. However, the eyes of the experts from the various sacred cities flickered. It was obvious that they already knew about this rule, said the silver corpse, Saint King, in a low voice. Everyone quieted down, and he continued. The Tao discussion is not only a test of talent, but it is also a risk to survive in the myriad worlds. Therefore, the second battle is to make it as realistic as possible. Only those who can survive in the complicated battles are geniuses and experts. Moreover, you don't have to fight alone. You can form an alliance, and it's up to you. I will give each of you a command medallion, but each command medallion will be different. There are 3 types of tokens: heaven, earth, and mortal. Only by gathering all 3 types of tokens can you pass the second stage. You have 1 month in the second stage. Everyone was stunned. Not only did they have to survive, but they also had to gather all 3 types of tokens. There was also a 1-month time limit. Oh my God, this is an impossible task. Lin Xian was also stunned. He asked, "What's wrong with senior brother?" If that was the case, there would be very few people who could pass the second stage. The peerless sacred king sighed and transmitted his voice. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Originally, they didn't expect too many people to pass the second round. He didn't plan on letting too many people pass. Lin Xian was shocked. What was going on? Could it be related to going to planet Xiwan? No matter what, he has to pass. The other sacred cities also inquired about this matter. However, after learning about it, these people quieted down. He was afraid that the second trial would be even more brutal than the first. All right, once you enter the second stage, you won't have any chance of admitting defeat, so it's not too late to back out now. A cold voice sounded. However, those participants' gazes were resolute, although they knew that the road ahead was dangerous. So what? They had encountered so many dangers along the way. It wasn't easy for him to come this far, so how could he give up? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they had to fight hard, so no one gave up. Very good. The silver corpse, Saint King, smiled when he saw this. He would rest for another day. Tomorrow, when the sun rises, it will begin. Everyone went back and gathered together to discuss countermeasures for the second stage. After all, the second stage wasn't an individual battle. It was a group battle, so the distribution was very important. Most of the sacred cities had to select a few geniuses, which meant that even if they got the token, they would give it to those geniuses first. They had to ensure that those geniuses successfully appeared. Peerless City was also discussing this matter. Lin Xian was surprised to find that Peerless City didn't send too many people this time. There were only about a dozen people in total. Although there were quite a number of people, compared to the other sacred cities, it was much smaller. That was because the other sacred cities only had a few dozen people. The difference in numbers was 2 to 3 times. However, Peerless Holy King didn't care. He was very confident. Lin Xian also found out that the participants this time were all direct disciples, which meant that they were trained by Peerless Holy King. There were a total of 7 people. Other than that, there were also Lin Xian and Xinjingqiu. That was a total of 9 people. There were also 2 advanced sacred venerables, which made a total of 11 people. Although the number was small, Peerless Holy King was very confident. The other sacred cities also quickly made their preparations. The night passed quickly. When the sun rose the next day, everyone took a deep breath. They all stood up, and the sacred kings also walked out. Sacred King Silver Corpse stood above the 9 heavens. He said, "Open it." These sacred kings formed seals and pressed down on the void. The entire void let out a loud roar. Soon, an ancient phantom appeared. It was indomitable, as if it was an immortal king. He held a mirror in his hand. The mirror was drawn in the shape of a whirlpool. Sacred King Silver Corpse said coldly, "Walk in." It was the location of the second stage. After that, the people from Acheron Hall took the lead and rushed in. 47 people from Acheron Hall entered, and each of them was extremely powerful. After they entered, they went to Demon City, Thunder God City, Great Desolation Mansion, and other sacred cities all entered. Peerless Holy King took a deep breath and said, "You guys go too." With the two older generation figures taking the lead, Lin Xian and the others also soared into the sky and walked inside. Looking at the disappearing figures, Acheron Hall, Great Desolation Mansion, and other sacred cities had cold, killing intent in their eyes. This time they would not return. After everyone left, the sacred kings formed seals again. The mysterious mirror in the sky shone brightly. Then it formed a light screen. When the surrounding people saw the scene in the mirror, they exclaimed in surprise. It was the person who had just entered. Indeed, the mirror had transformed into the person who had just entered the room. Not only that, the mirror formed 24 light screens. Between heaven and earth, everyone could see it. Even those from the extraterritorial region could see it clearly. So this was what the second stage looked like. Although they had entered, they could clearly see the situation of these people. They wondered what kind of intense battle would happen next. Lin Xian took a deep breath after entering. He knew that it would be very dangerous. However, when he appeared, he was stunned because he realized that there was no one around. Random teleportation. He was surprised. If that was the case, he had to meet up first. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Fortunately, everyone would be randomly teleported. Therefore, he was not afraid that there would be a situation in the early stages where they outnumbered him. They had already thought of such a situation, so they had thought of a strategy to deal with it. Lin Xian took out his token and sent a voice transmission. They began to gather.